Hello, I would like to ask, uh, hello?
So they are arranging there.
Are we going to start the
Yes,
program or not yet?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. They will start. They are arranging the stage.
help.
Yes, sir. Now it's audible. Can you speak?
Dr. Gita? Dr.
Ka naman ah. Okay. Sige, sir.
Okay, we will start again.
Yes, sir.
I-check ko
Now
na lang,
we
sir,
can
sa kanila.
hear you.
We can hear you.
You can hear us now, Doc.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All right.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to warmly welcome all participants to the first International Conference on Life Sciences and Multidisciplinary Healthcare Approaches, or ICLSMHA 2026, with the theme Bridging Science and Practice, Multidisciplinary Approaches to Health and Wellness. We also welcome everyone to the second International Conference on Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology, or ICSTEET 2026, with the theme Bridging the Gap, Innovations and Challenges in Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology. To begin our program, may we request everyone to please stand up for a minute of silence in your personal prayer, to be followed by the national anthems of the Philippines and India.
mga kababayan ang pambansa. Bansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, helas ang sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa dagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pangkaw, ay hinatang tulakaw, sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magtitindig. Luman ang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
All right, you can now take your seat. Before anything else, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Kim. I'm one of the moderators in this prestigious event. And I have here with me Dr. Jing, one of the moderators also. Hi, Doc. Okay. Hello, participants. I know you're very excited to present your research papers. But I'd like to welcome to our first international conference on life sciences and multidisciplinary healthcare approaches, organized by the Conf World Educational Research and Development Association, or what we call CERADA. Am I right, Doc Jean?
You are.
In partnership with World City Colleges Philippines. We also warmly welcome to you the second International Conference on Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology, organized by CERADA in partnership with St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. This conference gives researchers, delegates, educators, professionals, and scholars an opportunity to connect and change ideas, share experiences, and discuss the latest research, innovations, and best practices in life sciences, healthcare, education, engineering and technology, social sciences, and humanities.
Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about CERADA. The Conf World Educational Research and Development Association, also known as CERADA, is an international recognized multidisciplinary research and development organization. CERADA aims to bring together researchers, academicians, professionals, educators, and innovators from different fields of science, technology, business, education, social sciences, and humanities to encourage collaboration, innovation, and academic growth. Through its conferences and research activities, Serada provides a global platform for scientists like you, researchers, academicians, and industry leaders to share knowledge, present research, and build professional connections. Serada conferences continue to support interdisciplinary learning and promote advancements in education, engineering and technology, social sciences, humanities, and other related fields.
And actually, we will be sharing a video presentation of Sarah. Okay, so let me tell you something about World City Colleges. World City Colleges, or what we call WCT, is an educational institution with campuses in Quezon City, Antipolo, and Gimba, Nueva Ecija, along with aviation schools in Caloocan and Pangasinan. Founded from the Quezon City Medical Center in 1971, WCC has grown into a respected institution known for excellence in healthcare, business, education, and technology. Under the leadership of the Pico family, the institution expanded its programs and campuses while continuing its commitment to quality and holistic education. WCC has also received recognition and accreditation from PACOCOA for several academic programs, including nursing, radiologic technology, and hospitality management. Today, WCC continues to provide quality education and strengthen partnership both locally and internationally.
Another academic partner of Serada is St. Dominic College of Asia. St. Dominic College of Asia, also known as SDCA, is a private educational institution located in Bacoor, Cavite, Philippines. It was founded in 2003 by Don Gregorio and Doña Dominga Andaman. SDCA offers programs from preschool to graduate studies, including vocational education. The institution is recognized for its quality education and academic excellence. In 2019, SDCA received the regulated status from the Commission on Higher Education, and in 2020, PACOCOA recognized SDCA as one of the top 3 colleges with the highest academic programs in the Philippines. Today, SDCA continues to expand its programs and strengthen its commitment to academic excellence, research, and innovation.
And now let's have this moment to give thanks to the partnership. Yes, I know you're very excited for this. And also, this would have not been possible with our introduction with the conference. And let me tell you something about our conference. So the first international conference, or what we call ICLSMHA 2026, this brings together researchers, professionals, academicians, industry experts, and students from different countries to share knowledge, research findings, and innovation in life sciences and healthcare, organized by Serada. And our second international conference, or what we call ICSTEET 2026, gathers researchers, educators, scholars, and professionals to discuss new ideas, research developments, and current challenges in education, engineering, technology, social sciences, and humanities. Both conferences aim to encourage collaboration, innovation, interdisciplinary learning, and exchange of ideas among participants from around the world.
Let me tell you about the purpose of the conference ICLSMHA. Bring together researchers, healthcare professionals, academicians, and industry experts from different disciplines to interact and collaborate. To provide a global platform for collaboration, promote knowledge exchange, encourage multidisciplinary integration, address global healthcare challenges, bridge science and practical application, support innovation and future advancements, facilitate networking and partnerships. Purpose of the conference ICSTEET brings together academicians, researchers, educators, engineers, and industry professionals to exchange ideas across social sciences, education, engineering, and technology to promote research and innovation, enhance teaching and learning practices, bridge academia and industry, address societal and technological challenges, encourage multidisciplinary collaboration, support professional networking and partnerships. We would like to welcome Dr. Gitalaxmi Rahara Tinam,
Dr. Marilyn Morales Obot,
Dr. Raymond Patrick Biguico,
Dr. Maria Cristina Estioco,
Dr. Marmelo D. Abante,
Dr. Nelson Gillen,
Dr. Joy Cathy Lawenko,
Mr. Kelvin De Vera,
Mr.
Kevin De Vera,
Mr. John Mark Escorbon,
Mr. Patrick Harira Ramani,
Mr. Hasmer Hamid,
Professor Paul Andre Lumigi,
Dr. Ajay Kumar B. Gunumakara,
Professor Dr. Diana Laila Ramatilia,
Professor Giselle O. Tonio,
Professor Kasif Hassan Khan,
Dr. Renante Diamante,
Professor Dr. Khalid Hussain,
Dr. Solomon Arulhar David,
Dr. Eriki Ananda Kumar,
Associate Professor Dr. Mod Zaki bin Awang Sheikh,
Dr. Mustafa Ewis,
Dr. P. Shri Ram Chandra.
and now let's welcome
Let us welcome Dr. Getalakshmi Raharatinam. But first, let me read her bio note. It is our honor to invite Dr. Getalakshmi Raharatinam, founder and managing director of the Commonwealth Educational Research and Development Association, or SARADA, to deliver her welcome speech. Let us welcome. Before that, let me read her bio. Dr. Gitalashmi is an entrepreneur, researcher, and the founder and managing director of Sarada. She earned her doctorate in biotechnology from SRM University in Chennai, India. With more than 15 years of experience in research and consultancy, she has served as a reviewer for international journals such as Elsevier and Springer. Her research interests include biochemistry, microbiology, biotechnology, and research and development in the agro and pharmaceutical industries. She has also published several research papers in international journals and continues to support academic growth, innovation, and community development through different socio-academic initiatives.
Let us welcome
Dr. Gitalakshmi Raharathina.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to distinguished guests, respected academicians, researchers, delegates, students and participants from around the world. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the first International Conference on Life Sciences and Multidisciplinary Healthcare Approaches, ICLSMHA 2026, and the second International Conference on Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology, ICSTEET-2026, being held on the 14th and 15th of May 2026 at the beautiful Acacia Hotel, Manila, Philippines. These prestigious international conferences are jointly organized by World City Colleges, St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, and Confold Educational Research and Development Associations. Today, we gather here united by a shared vision to foster innovation, collaboration, and interdisciplinary discussions that can contribute meaningfully to the advancement of science, education, healthcare, engineering, technology, and societal development. The theme of ICLSMHA 2026, Bridging Science and Practice, Multidisciplinary Approaches to Health and Well-being, highlights the growing importance of integrating diverse scientific disciplines and healthcare practices to improve global health outcomes and human well-being. In an era marked by rapid medical advancements and emerging health challenges, collaboration across life sciences and healthcare domains has become more essential than ever before. At the same time, ICSTEET 2026, with its theme, Bridging the Gap, Innovations and Challenges in Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology, reminds us that sustainable progress can only be achieved when education, social understanding, innovation, and technological development work hand in hand. These conferences provide a valuable platform to exchange ideas, present groundbreaking research, discuss current challenges, and build meaningful academic and professional partnerships. We are truly honored to host eminent keynote speakers, distinguished professors, scientists, researchers, practitioners, and young scholars from various countries. Your presence enriches this gathering and reflects our collective commitment to knowledge sharing and global cooperation. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all organizing committee members, scientific committee members, session chairs, sponsors, collaborators, and volunteers whose dedication and hard work have made these conferences possible. Special appreciation goes to our academic partner institutions and all participants who have traveled from near and far to be part of this remarkable academic event. Over the next 2 days, may this conference inspire insightful discussions, innovative ideas, collaborative research opportunities, and lasting friendships. Let us use this platform not only to share knowledge, but also to create solutions that can positively impact our communities and the world. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to ICLSMHA 2026 and ICSTEET 2026. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and memorable conference experience here in Manila, Philippines. Thank you and welcome you all.
Thank you, Dr. Gita, for your inspiring welcome speech.
next. Let's have the welcoming remarks But before that, let me tell you something about our president. He is the president of World City Colleges Educational System, which includes 5 campuses. He is recognized for promoting internationalization and quality education in higher education. Under Dr. Guico's leadership, World City Colleges achieved recognition in international rankings such as WORI and Times Higher Education rankings. He also supports global academic standards through quality assurance programs and institutional partnership. He received the Internationalization Leadership Award during the CHED Icon Awards 2023. And on behalf of our president, Dr. Raymond Patrick V. Guico, may I call our campus director, Mr. Paquito Lacaba Jr.
To our participants, keynote speakers, respected researchers, educators, and valued partners from various institutions and countries, some joining us online in India, and others with us in person here at Acacia Hotel Manila. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of World City Colleges, under the leadership of our President, Dr. Raymond Patrick D. Gigo, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the first International Conference on Life Sciences and Multidisciplinary Healthcare Approaches, and the second International Conference on Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology. This year's conference carries the theme Bridging Science and Practice, Multidisciplinary Approaches to Health and Well-being. This highlights the vital link between knowledge and application, emphasizing that research must translate into real-world solutions that improve health, strengthen communities, and promote well-being through collaboration across disciplines. As Doc Planes said a while ago, this conference is a gathering of minds and institutions committed to innovation, provide global platform, collaboration, and meaningful impact. It reminds us that progress is achieved when we work together towards shared goals for learning and development. As we engage with our speakers and presenters, may we be inspired to continue using research and education as tool for transformation and sustainable development. World City Colleges is honored to be part of this international academic collaboration. Thank you for your presence and commitment to excellence. Once again, welcome and may you have a meaningful and inspiring conference. Salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Keith Lacaba. Now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Marilyn Morales-Obod from the Research Development Publication Office, or RDPO. Dr. Marilyn Obod is the current Research Director of RDPO of World City Colleges. She earned her bachelor's degree in mathematics from the Philippine Normal University, her Master of Education degree from the Ateneo de Manila University, and her Doctor of Education major in Educational Management from Our Lady of Fatima University. She has extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership. She is widely recognized as a statistician, research advisor, and conference speaker both locally and internationally. She has presented and published several research studies and continues to contribute to academic excellence through research, education, and professional development activities such as these. Dr. Obod has also received awards for her contributions to research and education and remains active in various professional organizations and international academic conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Marilyn Morales-Obod. Thank you, Doc Jean and Sir Kim. And good morning to all. Distinguished guests, industry partners, healthcare professionals, researchers, colleagues, and friends, good day. Welcome to the first International Conference of Life Sciences and Multidisciplinary Healthcare Approaches, and the second International Conference on Social Sciences, Teaching and Education, Engineering and Technology. Today, we gather not just to share knowledge, but to connect, collaborate, and spark new ideas, which eventually should be ignited into action. Cognizant to the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, we are reminded that by 2030, health and well-being must be universal, not a privilege, but a right. This conference is a symbol of what is possible when diverse disciplines such as science, healthcare, engineering, technology, and the like unite. Together, we can overcome obstacles, innovate responsibly, and ensure that progress reaches even the most vulnerable. Every idea exchanged here, every partnership formed, bring us closer to a healthier, more sustainable world. By fostering lifelong learning for healthcare professionals, we ensure that the bridge between science and practice stays structurally sound and technologically curved. Thank you for being here. Let us approach these 2 days with courage, creativity, and compassion. May this gathering inspire breakthroughs that will echo far beyond these walls toward the future we all envision. Let's begin this journey together. Mabuhay. Yan. Mabuhay, Dr. Obod!
Thank you so much, Doc Oban, for an inspiring message. And now, we will proceed to the memento ceremony, part 1. We invite
Okay. In our script, it says there that we have to have a group photo ops. Yes. I invite everyone, all delegates and keynote speakers, organizers, practically everyone to come to come in front and let's have our photo ops. And the refreshment break will follow. Okay.
Okay.
Pag hindi nagpa-picture,
Wala pong certificate.
walang breakfast.
And later you will tell something about yourself. And we're gonna have a quiz for let's have a picture and say cheese. Say Sarah.
Ayun.
Dito na lang po.
Dito. Saan po? Para mas maganda dito. Kayo ang professional videographer and photographer. Saan mas maganda
Or
dito?
better to have it out.
Maganda.
Parang mas mukhang madami tayo.
Yeah, pag sa and later we will say 1, 2, 3, Serrada.
Tapos yung medyo forward daw.
Ito na lang kami.
Ito na lang po.
Ito na lang kami. May video ba? Wala pa.
Serrada.
Hindi mo nga tayo ganun, si.
Okay.
Oh, para medyo
Ako po double.
si. Si Rada.
Serrada.
Paano yun? Hindi ko na alam. WCD naman. Ganito. W. W.
Okay.
Then, pinaka-typing niya. Diba? Now we know.
Ito na nga.
Like this. Ay, iba yung kay Sir Paul. Parang gusto ko yan.
Ay, diba?
Thank you. Ay, okay. Thank you. Salamat.
Tapos meron
game.
inviting sa kabila.
Oo, doon sa isang
Actually, kasi hindi ka, ano, pagka,
yung na-mention ko sa'yo. Kasi after we will now have our short refreshment break. I hope it's ready.
But let's take a picture first there outside.
Another photo ops. Yeah, paarawan naman tayo.
Thank you so much. And you have met a lot of people outside. So we're just gonna have a short refreshment break.
Butik. Pero, Kasi kung ayun yung maraming
Question lang. Video po ba si Sir? Sir, sino ka ba? Kasi ako nagpapatid.
Ay, hindi ba?
Sa
Ay,
pinapag-school.
kaya.
Hindi pa na.
Dito na. Oh, kasi na. Buti rin pa. Kasi hindi mo yung dito. Buti na makatutuloy.
Right now. Direct
Sa banda. Pagdikan lang po. Dahil mga kami na yung ilog. Darating ka. Pero nag-over na kami. Di ko na problema eh. Meron na ako din. May skill na ako eh. Hindi ko sila next-week last. Para may bahala pa sa buhay. Kalau may problema kayo tuloy ang sabihin. Mag-speech ko. So, inimit ko lang sila ng 10 minutes para i-deliver lang. Wala. Para hindi na pinapakilang ko paano isuda naman. Tinuturuan ko na. Tapos, hindi na ako niluluwa ngayon. Kung ano pinagin namin. Hindi kasi talaga pinapakita ko. Hindi nila upati. Kung isang group pa tawag ko. May data. Swerte ko kasi yung atak na awak yung awak bawat section yun Sir Jaya, yung hawak mo meron ng mga data wala gathering ko lang akin apat na section hindi isang grupo para isang section 9 group Ready na kasi magsalit ng waiting. Ayaw mo. Super! CJ ka nagpapagawa kayo.
Kaya pala
Okay, ilang minutes na lang.
3 minutes.
All right. So next uh keynote speaker. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Nelson Gillen. But before that, let me introduce him. Dr. Nelson is
Dr. Diana, sino nakapasok sa pag-isip? Okay. It is my honor to invite Professor Dr. Diana Leila Ramatila, Rector and Professor of Clinical Pharmacy at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Jakarta, Indonesia, to deliver her keynote speech. But before that, let me tell you about Dr. Diana. Professor Dr. Diana Leila Ramatila is a respected academic leader and researcher in the field of clinical pharmacy. She earned her PhD from the University Sains, Malaysia, and currently serves as the rector of Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Jakarta, Indonesia. She previously served as vice rector for academic affairs and has more than 10 years of experience in academic leadership. Professor Diana has published numerous research papers, case reports, and books in the field of clinical pharmacy. She is also active in academic publishing, research evaluations, and international collaborations. She has been invited to speak at many international conferences and has received several research grants and awards for her contributions to clinical pharmacy and healthcare research. As a dedicated educator and mentor, she continues to guide students and researchers toward academic excellence and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the speech of Dr. Diana Ramatila.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. Okay, next is Dr. Diane. Si Diane. Mamaya daw.
Ako na daw? Wala nang introduction. Okay. Let me call on Dr.
Marilyn.
Morales Obot again.
To continue. So, before I start, it's quite difficult to synchronize because the program is there, and we are making some adjustments due to some reasons that some keynote speakers did not arrive, but the show must go on. Okay? Okay. So to continue, I'll just give you now my keynote speech about our first International Conference of Life Sciences and Multidisciplinary Approaches because this is our concern. We are a health allied university. So I am speaking to you now as an educator, academic leader, and my speech is divided into parts, very short lang, but there are 5 components. So the zero problem or the kanya-kanya in our term. And then the core challenge, which is translation versus application. The educator's mandate, which is building the T-shape, horizontal and vertical alignment. And then the 3 pillars for the future in a whole for collaboration. For the zero problem, we know that for the life sciences and healthcare practice have lived in the same neighborhood, but often behind high fences. We have the molecular biologists charting the infinitesimal pathways of disease, and the clinicians treating the person sitting in front of them.
Ibig sabihin kung wala naman sinabi siya na skills daw.
I see my role and our collective role today as the architect of the bridges connecting these domains, the practice and
Abanti na lang.
the practice and you have to bridge the practice, I should say. So the second one is the core challenge, which is translation versus application. The theme of this conference, Bridging Science and Practice, is not just a catchphrase. It is a necessary phrase for survival in the 2020s and of course up to 2030s. And we are currently facing a transnational growth. The scientific side, we are droning in data from genomic sequencing to proteomic mapping, but the practical side or the practice side is full of healthcare systems which are overwhelming, relying on protocols that may lag years behind current bench science. To bridge this, we must adopt a multidisciplinary framework. This means a biologist must understand the socioeconomic barriers to medication adherence, and a nurse must understand the epigenetic factors influencing a patient's recovery. But I'm sure the nurse colleagues who are here are more aware of that. Okay? The third part is the educator's mandate. We have to build a T-shaped professional, meaning there must be horizontal and vertical alliance. Vertical depth means deep expertise in a specific discipline, immunology, nursing, psychology, whatever expertise we have. But horizontal breadth needs the ability to collaborate across disciplines, understanding how their work fits into the broader ecosystem of human well-being. True innovation happens at the intersections. It's where the rigor of the laboratory meets the reality of the bedside. In doing that, we have to consider also the 3 pillars for the future. As we navigate in this conference, I challenge you to look through the specific lenses: pillar, focus area, and goal. For the pillar, we have to have integrative curriculum, moving beyond rote memorization to case-based multidisciplinary learning. We could be creating systemic or systems thinkers. Focus. It must be evidence-based action, ensuring that clinical practice isn't just how always things are done, but it is fueled by the latest life science breakthrough and reducing the 17-year lab invents to bedside research. So they really need evidence-based research. So our goal is compassionate technology because we cannot move without technology. Using AI and biotechnology not to replace the human touch, but to free up practitioners to focus on it, humanizing high-tech healthcare. And I think we are doing that now. So we have to do more on that. In conclusion, I call for collaboration. This first ICLSMHA is more than a series of presentations, which we will be seeing later. It is a laboratory of synergy. Today, I urge the scientists here to ask the practitioners, how can this data solve your daily clinical hurdles? And I urge the practitioners to ask the scientists, what is the underlying mechanism of what I am seeing in my patients? When we bridge the gap between the microscope and the stethoscope, we don't just improve healthcare, we redefine what it means to be well. Thank you, and let us begin the work of building these bridges together.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. I got the compassionate technology from her. Ano ba yung robots with feelings, di ba?
Yes, correct. And next, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Nelson Gillen, the Assistant Dean for External Affairs and the Sallian Mission at the Ramon B. Del Rosario College of Business, De La Salle University, Philippines. Dr. Nelson is a professional marketer, educator, researcher, and academic leader with expertise in marketing, consumer behavior, and omnichannel strategies. He currently serves as the Assistant Dean at De La Salle University and is also the Chief Marketing Officer of NARA Marketing Consultancy. He is also an editor-in-chief of the Say Sense Business Review and the Journal of Global Business Philippines. His research focuses on social media marketing, brand management, public relations, and consumer behavior. He earned his PhD in Business and Master of Science in Marketing from the La Salle University. Through his contribution in research, education, and marketing practice, he continues to inspire students, researchers, and professionals both locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nelson Gillen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good to see everyone here and to those watching online. Good morning. So, allow me to just present my screen.
Research and itong research impact. Saan di resource impact?
Yes. Maybe I can use this.
Sige, sige, sige.
Not compatible.
Anong gamitin ito?
So this morning I'll talk about a new or an emerging trend because I know that I think how many educators do we have here? Okay, and as you know, research is very, very important in rankings. And I want to congratulate you, of course, the schools, especially WCC, for making it to the Moody rankings.
Nakalimutan ko na
I think it's very, very important. It's a major milestone to the university. Okay.
F5?
All right.
Ah.
Okay. I'll talk about GEO. I don't know if you've heard of this terminology. You might be heard of search engine optimization.
No.
You might heard of search engine marketing. But what about generative engine optimization? That's practically new. So that's my topic this morning. But before that, of course, I want to talk about impact first. Because impact doesn't happen on its own. As researchers, we have to do something, especially if we have published maybe something new or something that can be helpful to the community. Okay? We just don't store our research publication in the library or maybe, for display purposes in our Google Scholar account and to increase our H index. It doesn't work that way. The real change happens, research impacts happen if we as researchers try to communicate or cascade the information to the stakeholders, to those people who matter, especially if that is critical to the development of the economy or society or community. We have to communicate that to our target audience, to teachers, to LGUs, to policymakers. That's where change happens. Okay, so we cascade it, we promote it, we even join conferences like this one in order for us to spread the word about our work. Okay, so impact can be any of these. It can be academic or intellectual impact. It can be your contribution can be better ways than doing before, maybe a new framework, or maybe a new technique that you want to share to the academic world, or it can be a public impact. The research has something to do with public opinion, practice impact, of course, if it can be a solution to everyday problems. Like for HR, for example, because HR loves to talk about comp and ben, or maybe employee relations, or it can be a commercial impact or a policy impact. Before it turns out to become a policy, it should be a research first. Any policy that we have at the moment should be backed up by empirical data or evidence. That's why before it becomes a policy, it should be a research first. Okay, so these are the impacts. And of course, according to Huggins, there are some tips and tricks on how we can actually make our presence felt. We join organizations, conferences, the NRCP, the ICSTEET, the RADA, we have to join that, get involved in these conferences, take up workshops, develop social media presence. Okay, that's also important. Developing an active social media presence is important. And of course, we have to identify who's our audience, whether it's the academe or the LGU or the farmers, map out how to reach them. How do these stakeholders or these target audience would know or understand your research? Okay, it has to be inclusive. Then we try to communicate it in the most effective way. Then later on, we'll try to evaluate the impact. I think Times Higher Education is very, very particular with impact, even QS rankings. Okay, and then keep a record of that impact. How many did it reach? Is that paper adopted by a particular LGU? Who knows? Okay, so here these are the ways to evaluate impact. Task engagement for media outputs, who pick up the news, maybe through Rappler or maybe through a news organization or Google Alerts. Ask key stakeholders whether they have understood your research or whether this is something that they can implement or use in the future. And then you can even conduct a follow-up surveys if necessary. Now, here's the thing. There are other ways where impact can happen. We're entering what we call zero-click phase. What does it mean? Well, back in the days, back in the days where Nokia was the dominant mobile phone, okay, we have what we call the traffic era and the SERP expansion era, where SEO was built for link-based discovery. And then there's also what we call Google trying to dominate the scene by answering our common questions. People love to search for information. People love to click. That's why, if I may speak in Filipino, nauso yung 1 to 2 clicks. Okay? And then you get to that information that you want. That's actually SEO and SEM combined. But that's no longer the case now. We entered the zero click base. Search became an answer engine. Think of your students. Think of your employees. When they look for information, do they click or search generated AI first? Do they first check Perplexity, Claude, or ChatGPT? Research says yes. Okay? If you want to check maybe the top 10 best restaurants in Alabang, where do we go? Do we check Google? Well, according to research, most customers or target customers now do search AI first for recommendations. So this is where GEO comes in. It's how you are being picked up by AI chatbots. Okay? So if they search for the top 10 research about education, will they see your name in that list or not? Will they see your research when they talk about emerging trends in marketing? Try to search for your name using ChatGPT. Will it pop up something? Will it tell something about you and your research background? Because if you're invincible, it means you're not part of the conversation. Same with brands. That's why we care for this GEO thing, okay? So this is actually a practice of shaping researchers' scholarly digital presence. Publication profiles that can be discovered by AI. And when we talk about GEO, this is not actually a rocket science. That's why when we try to communicate information about our research, whether through media or through a blog or through a conference, our key messaging should be consistent. It's like a brand tagline. It should be consistent regardless of online or offline channel, omni-channel. Okay? So secure research presence in order to show up in AI responses, monitor scholar visibility, and adjust your research strategy. So how do we go about this? Okay, as researchers and to the people who are listening online, we have in marketing, we have what we call the PESO model. Okay, this is where AI chatbots gather information from paid, shared, owned, and earned media. That's why you have to make your presence felt. Especially for your institution, you have to be very active, very agile about it. What do they say about your research work? Where can they find you? Where can they contact you? Okay? And GEO doesn't replace SEO. It actually complements SEO. But in the case of GEO, if you search for GPT, you search using ChatGPT for recommendations, it will automatically give the top 10 or the top 15 best restaurants or best schools, best aeronautical schools, perhaps. So GEO does that. But it only happens if you're consistent with your key messaging. Same with SEO, because SEO is organic. Okay? So how AI retrieve information? Back in the days, back in 2021, AI has what we call trained memory. Hanggang 2021 lang. It can only capture information up to 2021. But fast forward to 2026, when we talk about AI, they now provide real-time retrieval of data plus references. Okay? And very important, actually, in order for us educators, consultants, and even businesses to maximize AI, is to know what to prompt. That's why in Europe, they have what we call prompt engineering. Okay? How you execute command or prompts in order for the AI to deliver the results. So it can be a researcher prompt about you, or it can be a field prompt about your field. Why do you need both? Because for research prompts, your scholarly identity and accuracy check. Who among you has a Google Scholar account? Yes, ResearchGate, academia.edu, ORCID. Very good. Okay, that's one way of making yourself visible to the research community and even to the academic world. Okay? That's actually part of what we call researcher prompt. And of course, for the field prompt, for field visibility and shared voice check, this is actually your further initiative to spread the word about your paper. So together, they answer two critical research impact questions. When people ask AI about my research, am I cited accurately and completely? Next, when people ask about my research domain, do I appear or do I disappear? That's why it's also important to choose where you are publishing. What kind of journal? Is that a high impactful journal? Does it belong to the quartile 1, 2, 3, 4, or top 99 percentile? Is it Scopus Index or not? Because when you talk about these particular journals that are indexed and has high visibility, then there's a big chance for you to be discovered by another researcher or by a student researching about that field. Because remember, in research, what matters here is your contribution to knowledge, contribution to existing knowledge. Okay, what can you do in order to improve existing practices? Because it's a science at the end of the day. Okay. So what influences AI citations? Number one is content structure. Is the content easy to read and parse? Okay. When you talk about your abstracts, when you talk about the information that you provide, is it an emerging trend? Is it something that can be easily indexed? Domain authority, where do you publish your work? I hope it's not a predatory journal, because, excuse me, if it's a predatory one, then the visibility may suffer. And then the topic weighting, okay, how directly does this answer the question? Okay, it should answer a specific research problem. You have to frame it in such a way that it answers a specific problem. Gone are the days that research is only for those who have statistics background or good in math. Research today should be inclusive, should be for everyone. No one left behind, that even an ordinary person can understand what you're trying to say. So as researcher, this is my advocacy. We deviate from the highfalutin terminologies as much as possible. We try to make it inclusive. We try to laymanise it, because we're trying to address a gap. And one particular gap is understanding about that subject matter. So key takeaways, okay? So citations, not just download. Your research can't just be indexed. It must be cited by AI as a trusted source of knowledge. That's one. Two, open access is the foundation. Make your work accessible. Okay, if Is it okay to give your work for free if it's already published? The answer is yes, if you can. Unless you've given the journal the copyright of your work, then that's another story. Research AI visibility is measurable. Test AI tools regularly with researcher. Try to test it regularly every now and then. Test whether your work has impact or not. Test whether you as a researcher is being indexed or being captured by AI tools. Then GEO extends your research portfolio. So align GEO practices with your publishing, with your ORCID profile, make it consistent, updated from time to time. Okay. And GEO is actually a new research competency. As AI becomes primary knowledge interface, scholars who optimize for AI visibility gain a lasting impact or advantage. So what would be the next steps for us, researchers, educators? Audit your current digital presence, okay? Make sure that you have the accounts needed as a starting point, okay? Run researcher and field prompts on ChatGPT, Gemini. I'm using Perplexity, by the way, because Perplexity does generate real-time references. Take note of the gaps or errors or missing citations. Yes, sometimes our work is not cited by Google Scholar for whatever reason. That happened to me. That's why make sure that the journal where you're publishing is credible enough or has high visibility. It happens. Okay. And yeah, prioritize open access publishing if you can. If you cannot, then there's what you call a subscription based. If you make it open access, then you have to pay. You have to pay a lot of money. Okay, to Emerald, to the Elsevier, but it can be also subscription based, where the researcher only access that journal or that paper of yours upon payment. So, but yeah, open access is much better. Or if you can, then maybe look for journals with high impact. I'm an editor-in-chief of one journal called Safe Sense Business Review. We don't charge article processing charge, or ABC. We don't charge anything. But we make sure that the journal is visible enough, highly visible. Because it doesn't, well, in reality, it doesn't mean that if you were if your paper is being indexed in Scopus, it doesn't mean that it's already impactful. You have to do something about it. Okay? And I remember when I checked my Google Scholar, actually 2 papers that are highly cited, 2 of my papers that are highly cited are not even Scopus index or not published in Scopus journals. So yeah, but it's up to you to decide. Set a quarterly GEO review, rerun your prompts, update your profiles, and track how your AI presence grows alongside your traditional impact metrics. Okay? So these are just the FAQs, just in case. So why does it matter if AI cites my research? AI is now where students, policymakers, journalists, and the public go first for information. That's why we're in the zero-click phase now. If your research isn't cited, it doesn't reach them. You're not part of the conversation. You're invincible, even for brands. Not just us researchers, but the brands. If you're not being talked about by the AI chatbots, then you don't exist. Isn't traditional citation count enough to measure impact? Well, traditional citations measure peer influence, but GEO measures public influence. So they both matter for us as researchers. Okay? And then how do we know if GEO strategies are actually working? Well, run the field and researcher prompts quarterly about you and your work. If your name appears more often, more accurately, then you have served your purpose. GEO is working for you. Okay? Sometimes what the AI generates is not actually accurate. But over time, it's being rectified by the right information that you provide in different channels, like ResearchGate, like in your social media account. So it gets corrected over time. But is there a tendency for AI to hallucinate? Yes, the answer is yes. Just document those instances. And of course, AI is being updated over time. So yes, it will definitely change as you progress in your research career. And that's it for me. I hope you've learned something new about GEO. You can reach me at my email if I can be of help or of support to you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson Gillian. Are you related to the director, Gloris Gillian, sir?
Yes.
Ah, wow, artist type, sir. So that was a very informative keynote speech. Grabe.
Yes.
Ang dami natin natutunan. Do you want to be searchable, ladies and gentlemen? Gusto nyo bang maging visible online? Ayan, we learned a lot from you, sir. Thank you.
And also, if there's one thing I learned from Doc is you have to be easily to understand what you're trying to research about and lessen the jargon word and stuff.
And yung importante pala yung yung digital presence, hindi lang sa Facebook, na?
And at the same time, you know your audience very well, so that you will know how to target their needs and their wants.
Yeah. And public influence as well.
Yes, our key takeaways to Doc. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gillian. And I have already introduced a while ago Dr. Diana Leila Ramatila. And I would like to show you the video of Dr. Matila again from the University 17 Agustus 1945, Jakarta, Indonesia, to deliver her keynote speech.
Let us welcome
Dr. Professor Diana Leila Ramatila.
Okay, thanks, MC. Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you here. I'm Diana Leila Ramatila from Jakarta, Indonesia. So today, I think we are going to talk about overview of the research process. Okay. So because of the previous speaker have talked about AI, so now we are going to talk about the research. So as we know, research may be defined as the systematic and objective analysis and recording of control observation that may lead to the development of generalizations, principles of theory or theories resulting in predictions and possibly ultimate control of events. By John W. Best said about that. For the future of research, we have to be concerned about always directed towards solution of the problem based on empirical evidence, systematic, objective, control, and logical. A never-ending process involves the quest for answers to unsolved problems. So the first thing, before we do the research, we need to find the interesting topic. Because without interesting topic, we cannot find the novelty of the research. And then after we found the topic, we have to create a background on the subject by looking in encyclopedias, Wikipedia, or a subject directory online, such as we have the platform Google Scholar, PubMed, Cochrane. This is the platform that we can see the trust publication for the Scopus or Web of Science. This will help you when you don't know what to search on or how to narrow down the topic. Sometimes in every publication, you can see after conclusion, they're going to say the future study. So you can copy the idea from the publication that mention about the future study. It means they didn't finish yet about that study. So we can copy that idea that we can do for our research. So of course, when we do the research, after we find the topic, we have to follow the teacher's guidelines. Identify the problem. We need to identify the problem, because if the problems are already answered, why we need to do the research anymore? So that's why we need to identify the problems that don't have any answer yet. So state your research problem as a clear questions. And then you need to see what are you looking for. This must be clear in your mind. What are you looking for? This is the example. If you want to make a presentation on slave trade, the topic is too broad. Slave trade can be studied from different aspects. Slave trade global, or in Africa, or America, or where? History, or origins, slave trade, what? Slavery of the modern day or in the ancient civilization? When? The possible question you want to answer can be, what is the heritage of the slave trade of the ancient civilizations in the modern world? How have the slave trade of the ancient civilizations influenced the modern world? So after that, you need to identify the problems. Identify if you have more than one concept to search. Example, slave trade concepts of freedom, human rights, forced migration, transatlantic journey, and etc. The next, you need to looking for information. Identify what information and how much of it you need. Remember, the triangle method to be considered accurate, each fact should be found in at least 3 sources. So, and then you need to find what type of information do you need. So you have to find also, this is primary sources or secondary sources, observational study or experimental study. So primary sources, you need to find from documents, individuals reflecting on events they were involved in, pictures, videos, reports of original studies, numerical data. And then secondary sources, you can see from the news, overview, scholarly point of view.
Thank you.
And then how much information do you need depends on what your final product will be.
Hindi naman po. Yung iba.
And then you need also to look from the
Hindi pa.
where to look for the information. Library, electronic database, or internet, or nowadays we have also AI, but be careful also. With AI, you need to really look into the AI, because of sometimes it's mix the information. For example, you need to find it from the paper AI. So you need to refreshing the words also. You need to research again from the primary sources where the AI got it. So you need to read again. So you will not have a misunderstanding about what they are going to say. So, and then identify the keywords. In any such place, write the keywords in. So these keywords is very important, especially if you want to publish, do publication after the research done. So keywords will be reflected of your abstract. So if the keywords find, the abstract finds, this is the first impression of the editor to choose this paper qualified or not. So they're going to go to the reviewer to choose to select the reviewer to review your paper. So this is one of the important thing when you want to make a paper a good paper. And then a research problem is a question that a researcher wants to answer or a problem that a researcher wants to solve. A research problem is an issue or a concern that an investigator or researcher presents and justifies in a research study. So, research problem statement, actually, what is actually happening? This must be one of the questions in our mind. Identification and formulation of a research problem is the first step of the research process, because without this, you cannot go further for the research. It is the most challenging and difficult phase of the research process, of course, yes, because you need to read a lot of papers, because before you start the research, you need to read minimum 50 and 100 papers actually to find a good idea, to find a good research to give you good novelty, so you can publish in the high-ranked journal. Selection of a research problem depends on several factors such as researcher's knowledge, skills, interest, expertise, motivation, and creativity with respect to the subject chosen. A good research studies needs a lot of time for selection of research problem. Initially, every researcher faces a predicament of identifying, selecting, and formulating a good research problem. So, you can see a research problem and problem statement are frequently used as synonyms. However, there are a lot of difference between them. This is a research problem has 6 components. They are as follow. First, relevance of the study, title of the study, operational definitions of the variables, objectives of the study, the limitations of the study, scope and limitations of the study. This is the research problems components. The common source of research problem are as follows. First, personal experience, practical experience, critical appraisal of the literature, previous research, existing theories, social issues, brainstorming, intuition, folklore, exposure to field situation, consultation with experts. This is the flowchart, selection of research areas, reviewing the literature and theories that you can read a lot of papers in the platform like PubMed, Cochrane, and others platforms, Google Scholars, that trusted platforms that's already published in the good high impact factor journal. That's going to help you to give you the good idea. Delimiting the research topic, evaluating the research problem, formulating final statement of research problem. So, design assumptions about knowledge claims are translated and applied in a research process into methodologies or research strategies. A research strategy or methodology is systematic process of how a research is conducted to solve an inquiry problem. It should be recognized that a research methodology is different from a research method. Research methods fall under methodologies and may refer to specific procedural techniques used to conduct a research. Research methodologies can be classified in several ways. The term research methodology may refer to a research approach, research type, research paradigm, or even research framework. In general, research methodologies tend to be more quantitative or qualitative or a combination of both, mixed approach. Research methodologies operative at a more applied level provide a specific framework, guideline, or direction for research procedures. So here, to briefly tabulate the main strategies or methodologies of inquiry that are associated with quantitative research and qualitative research approach. As overall, for quantitative research, they are more concerned about sample for quantitative research, but qualitative research, they're more concerned about the questions, about the quality of the research. So they don't concern about the sample. The sample may be less in the qualitative research. These two main strategies of the research, first quantitative research strategy, or the second qualitative research strategies. This is a quantitative research. Definition is the type of research in which the researcher decides what to study, as specific, narrow questions, collects quantifiable data from participants, analyze this number using statistic, and conduct the inquiry in an unbiased, objective manner. So we need the big amount of participants so we can go for the analysis. But for qualitative research is a type of research in which the researcher relies on the views of participants, asks broad general questions, collects data consisting largely of words or text from participants, describes and analyzes these words for terms, and conducts the inquiry in a subjective, biased manner. Of course, this because of the participant is very only few people only, but they are going to ask the deep questions in this. So a research plan is a detailed description of a proposed study. It includes a literature review that justifies the study is a hypothesis, description of the steps that will be followed in the study, and information about the analysis of the collected data. The plan provides a guide for conducting the study. So firstly, it forces you to think through every aspect of the study, of course. Secondly, it facilitates evaluation of the study by you and others. Sometimes great ideas don't look great after they have been written down and considered. In creating the plan, you may discover certain problems. This is, of course, this is the common things in research. Others too can find out some flaws and make some suggestions to improve the plan. A third and fundamental purpose of research plan is that it provides detailed procedures to guide the study. A well-thought-out plan saves time, provides structure for the study, reduce the probability of costly mistakes, and generally result in higher quality research. Part of good planning is anticipation. Try to anticipate potential problems that may arise, do what you can prevent them, and plan your strategies for dealing with them if they occur. So you need to make sure if your research is about observational study, you need to choose what kind of the methodology that you are going to use. Is it cohort study, case control study, or cross-sectional study? But if this is experimental study, you don't need about the number, the large number, because you are going to search, to explore. For example, about the herbal medicine, that's experimental study, or clinical trial is a experimental study. But for the observational study, for example, if you want to do research in the hospital, you need to see how many patients having cardiovascular event, about what is the correlation between the treatment outcome and then the mortality rate among the cardiovascular patients. This is observational study. So you need to figure out, and you need to fulfill the some amount of patients or participants based on the sample calculation, because you need to consider about sample calculation. If your sample is too low, you can go for the analysis. I think that's all for me. So I give it to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Diana Ramatila.
Okay, so next it is my honor to invite Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Punumakara to deliver his keynote speech. But before that, let me introduce Dr. Ahay Kumar is a distinguished professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, India. He is also an honorary chair professor in nanoscience and nanotechnology. He has also served as a visiting scientist in leading research institution in Japan and the United States, including the National Cancer Institute of the National Institute of Health, or NIH. He focuses on cancer biology, inflammatory pathways, and the development of new therapeutic strategies for cancer treatment. He has also contributed to several clinical studies involving natural compounds and chronic disease research. With more than 20 years of experience in cancer research, he has also authored over 360 research articles, reviews, and book chapters. His work has received global recognition with more than 60,000 citations and index of over 89. Without further ado, Dr. Punamakara.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, good.
You can turn on your video, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying. Okay. So I'm just sharing my slides. Give me a minute. So can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Visible. Okay. So a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me for this wonderful seminar conference. Initially, I was planning to attend physically. However, due to some issues, I couldn't come there physically and attend and participate the conference. I'm really apologize for that. So today, so from the agenda, I found that my allotted time is 20 minutes. So I have trimmed my presentation a little bit. So today I'll be talking about novel therapeutic targets for the treatment of oral cancer. So this is the political map of India. You can see this map, and there is on the right hand side there is a red circle, and this circle shows there are 7 states in this region, and these states are known as northeastern parts of India. So this region is very famous because it's one of the richest region of biodiversity in the world, and it is known as it's one of the hotspot region of biodiversity in the world. However, at the same time, this region has a significant concern due to the high incidence of cancers compared to rest of the regions of India. So one of the most prevalent cancer in this region is oral cancer. So oral cancer is also known as Indian cancer, as India represents the global epicenter of this disease, as 80% of the global oral cancer cases are occurring in India. So the main risk factors of this disease is tobacco, smoking, alcohol, betel-quid, viruses, aging, genetic susceptibility, vitamin deficiency, heavy metals, etc. And there are many treatments available for the treat management of oral cancer, like surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, etc. However, most of these patients fail in clinic due to chemo resistance or adverse side effects, tumor relapse, and low survival. So most of the patients in oral cancer, they appear in the clinic at the highly advanced stage of the disease, where only less than 5% of the patients response to therapies. And that response also not go beyond most of the time, not go beyond 5 years. So This is a very, very important concern. Therefore, there is an imperative need to identify novel molecular targets for the management of oral cancer. So in my laboratory for last 14 years, we have been trying to develop novel molecular targets for the treatment of oral cancer. Just before understanding, going to the main topic, let me talk about the multi-stage carcinogenesis process. So all of you know about cancer development is a multi-stage process, and it takes years to develop cancer. So we have all normal cells in our body, trillions of normal cells. When any mutation happens, this cell becomes a mutated cell or abnormal cell. However, there are many DNA repairing mechanisms in our body, and if the DNA repairing mechanism is successful, it go back to the normal stage. However, in some cases, what happens, cell cannot repair the DNA or cannot repair the DNA. Then cell will undergo cell death or programmed cell death. It is known as apoptosis. In the third case, the cell cannot repair the DNA and cannot undergo apoptosis. So it will become an abnormal cell and it will divide again and again, and a tumor will be formed. And then additional mutations will happen in the tumor, and it will evade from the immune system and it will become malignant. And if you take it two different cells from a tumor, you can see more than 100 to 200 different mutations in these two cells. So it becomes very heterogeneous in population, and it is very, very difficult to treat at this stage. And these cells also spread to other parts of the body and make it worsen the treatment. So this is one somatic mutation theory of carcinogenesis. But there is another school of thought. Inflammation is the main risk factor of oral cancer. Yes, it is true, because there are many inflammatory cytokines, NF-kappa, STAT3 signaling pathway, etc., have been identified, which leads to the development of oral cancer. So this is another thought, and that we are also working on developing molecular targets based on the inflammatory pathways. Another important area we are working for oral cancer target development is obesity. There is a clear a link between obesity and cancer. In obesity, lipid metabolism, etc., are dysregulated, and these people develop insulin resistance, IGF-1 activation, and also induces chronic inflammation. This latter leads to the cancer. Another important area we are working on to develop therapeutic targets for oral cancer is solute carrier family of proteins. What is solute carrier? As I mentioned, cancer cells are highly dividing cells, highly proliferating cells, and they require more energy and nutrition. So for their growth and survival. So there are a group of proteins. They are known as solute carrier. They carry the solutes from inside the cell and outside the cell to inside the cell, and inside the cells to outside the cell, and different parts of the body. There are 468 solute carrier from family of proteins have been identified so far, and this belongs to 66 families. So these CO2 carrier proteins are highly dysregulated in oral cancer, and many of our studies already shown that. So far, actually, most of our research have been focusing on inflammatory pathways, obesity, and solute carrier of proteins, etc. But recently, we came to know that stress has a direct relationship with the cancer. Stress is known to induce proliferation and angiogenesis, and it also helps for the immune evasion and genetic instability. It also helps for metastasis, metabolism disorders, etc. So we have collected around 100 oral cancer samples from different hospitals of northeastern part of India, and did transcriptomic analysis, and then investigated the genes that are dysregulated related to stress. And we found that a gene called motlin, that is highly dysregulated in our samples, and this protein, it is called mortallin. It is a member of the HSP70 family, and it was first reported in 1993. And it has diverse functions like stress response, regulation of proliferation and apoptosis, etc. And the this protein is already known to be upregulated in thyroid cancer, gastric cancer, pancreatic cancer, ovarian cancer, liver cancer, etc. However, the role of this protein in oral cancer has not been discovered. Therefore, understand whether we can use this stress-related protein as or aging or stress-related protein as a therapeutic target for oral cancer. We have first investigated the expression of this protein using publicly available databases like DCGA, and found that this gene is highly upregulated in oral cancer samples compared to normal samples. We have also investigated the expression of this protein in oral cancer tissues from northeastern part of India, and found that it is highly upregulated. Even you can see the expression of this protein is more in metastatic squamous cell carcinoma compared to squamous cell non-metastatic cancers. And excuse me. And in addition, this protein is highly upregulated in different grades of the disease, different stage of the disease. Even again, northeastern part of the India, I mean, we collected more samples and found that this protein is upregulated. This gene is upregulated up to 4 to 5 times in tumor samples compared to normal tissues. And not only that, this protein is highly upregulated in oral cancer cell lines compared to normal cells. This shows that yes, mortallin is highly upregulated in oral cancer tissues, and might play a role in the development of this cancer. And we have also examine the survival of oral cancer patients, dividing these patients into low expression mortallin protein and high expression mortallin protein. And you can clearly see that if the protein is highly expressed, those patients have less survival compared to low expression patients. And this is true for total patients as well as MSC mesenchymal stem cell enriched population, as well as grade 1 disease, grade 2 disease, grade 3 disease. All these cases, if the protein is mortallin protein is highly overexpressed, it leads to the poor survival of the patients. And if it's less expressed, those patients have a better survival compared to highly expressing patients. And this is true for even different stages of the disease also, like stage 1, stage 2, and stage 4, etc. So this shows that mortallin might play a role in the development and progression of oral cancer. To identify or to delineate more on this, we have knocked down mortallin protein in oral cancer cell lines with the help of siRNA. You can see that Hackett cells is normal, and HSC and SAS cells are oral cancer cells. And after inactivation of this protein, we have uh, performed the proliferation assay in the cells. And interestingly, we found that even though the protein is knocked down in normal cells, it doesn't affect the proliferation of the cells. However, it affects the proliferation of oral cancer cells. This is very, very interesting, because most of the therapeutics, chemotherapeutics, they affect the normal cells if the target is hit. However, here we have shown that even though the target is hit in normal cells, it doesn't affect the proliferation of the cells. So this may cause less toxicity if you target mortallin protein. And we have also found this protein is inducing S-phase arrest in oral cancer cells, and also in the knockdown of this protein inhibits the colony formation of oral cancer cells, significantly in vitro conditions. Then we have identified the mechanism of action, and we found that this protein, if we silence this protein, that induce the expression of tumor suppressors like P53, P27, P21, PV1, etc. And also at the same time inhibits the proteins that are involved in cell cycles, such as cyclin B1, cyclin D1, cyclin E2, etc. in the initial analysis shows that this protein, knockdown of this protein or inactivation of this protein inhibits the cell proliferation, cell cycle, and induces cell cycle arrest, suppress colony formation, and induces the expression of the genes involved in, tumor suppression, and inhibits the genes involved in cell cycle, etc. And therefore, we have also checked the role of this protein in apoptosis. For this, we have knocked down or inactivated mortalin protein in both oral cancer cells and performed then apoptosis assay. And you can see that if you inactivate this protein, that it induces apoptosis in both HSC3 and SAS cells. And not only that, if you inactivated this protein, it inhibits the key proteins involved in apoptosis, survival, cell survival, such as BCL2 survival, etc. And also induces the expression of caspase-3, caspase-9, etc., which are involved in apoptosis. Next, we have also investigated the role of protein in autophagy, and we found that if you inhibit this protein, it induces autophagy in oral cancer cells. So, as I mentioned, most of the patients, present in clinic with a highly advanced stage of the disease, that is metastatic stage of the disease, where chemotherapy is the only option, and it works only for a very few number of patients. Therefore, we have investigated the role of protein in metastasis, such as EMT, angiogenesis, migration, and invasion, different processes of metastasis. And we found that if you inhibit this protein, it suppress the migration of oral cancer cells in both the cell lines, and it also inhibits the invasion of oral cancer cells, and different proteins involved in EMT, epithelial mesenchymal transition, such as snail, vimentin, etc. It is suppressed, and it also inhibited the expression of MMP9, MMP2, CXCR4, etc., which are involved in the invasion and metastasis of oral cancer cells. And also it inhibits the N-cadherin protein, which is involved in epithelial mesenchymal transition, and induce the expression of E-cadherin, which is which stops the epithelial mesenchymal transition, and also inhibited the VEGF-A, which is involved in angiogenesis. So then later we analyzed what is downstream of this protein. As you already aware that PI3K-AKT pathway is highly overexpressed in oral cancer, and even the tobacco components, HPV, alcohol, etc., which are the main risk factors of oral cancer, induces this pathway. So therefore, we have investigated the role of this protein on AKT-mTOR pathway. So when we silence this protein in both the cells, we found that it inhibits the phospho-AKT, phospho-mTOR, and phospho-S. So these proteins in oral cancer cells. This shows that actually mortlin is upstream of AKT-mTOR pathway, and if you target this protein, we can inhibit or suppress the AKT-mTOR pathway and inhibit the proliferation, survival, colony formation, EMT, angiogenesis, invasion, migration of oral cancer cells. So this is the conclusion of the first part of my talk. And so now we have identified the mortlin as a therapeutic target for oral cancer. So what is next? So we have to find out a drug that target mortlin. So all of you know about vidofludimus A. This is isolated from Vidaunia somnifera. So our collaborators already identified that vidofludimus A binds to mortlin protein in different experimental settings. Therefore, we decided to investigate the role of this vidofludimus A in suppressing mortlin in oral cancer, and whether we can develop it as a therapeutic drug for the treatment of this cancer. So initially, what we did, we have treated oral cancer cells such as HSC3 and more SAS with vidofludimus A, and we found that even at low concentration like 0.1 micromole, Vidofrin was able to inhibit motilin protein in both oral cancer cells, and it also inhibited the proliferation of oral cancer cells compared to normal cells. So it shows high specificity on oral cancer cells than compared to normal cells. And it is also induced cell cycle arrest in both oral cancer cells, and also inhibited the treatment of vidofrin A on oral cancer cells inhibited survival fraction of oral cancer cells, colony formation, and it induces the expression of P53, P27, P21, P18, etc., and inhibit the expression of cyclin E2, cyclin D1, etc., which are involved in the cell cycle. We have also found that if you treat vidofrin A with oral cancer cells, it induces apoptosis in those cells, and this we proved by annexin 5 assay as well as live and dead assay. And if you treat oral cancer cells with vidofrin A, it inhibits the expression of COX2, BCL2, survivin, etc., which are involved in the proliferation as well as survival of oral cancer cells, and induce the expression of caspase-3 and caspase-9, which are involved in apoptosis. We have also found that vidofrin A, modulated autophagy in oral cancer cells, as that also clearly shows that vidofrin A is targeting motilin in oral cancer cells. Later, we also found, investigated the role of vidofrin A on EMT angiogenesis and migration and invasion of oral cancer cells, and we found that vidofrin A inhibited the migration of oral cancer cells, invasion of oral cancer cells, in both the cell lines, and then also inhibited MMP2, MMP9, etc., involved in the invasion of migration of oral cancer cells, and also induced the expression of E-cadherin and inhibited the expression of N-cadherin and VEGF. These are involved in the EMT of oral cancer cells, EMT and angiogenesis of oral cancer cells. We have also investigated the role of vidofrin A on AKT-mTOR pathway, and we found that vidofrin A inhibited the activation of AKT-mTOR pathway in both the oral cancer cells. So in conclusion, what we found that vidofrin A inhibits motilin and inhibits AKT-mTOR pathway, and this leads to the inhibition of proliferation, survival, and induction of autophagy, suppression of angiogenesis, suppression of EMT, and suppression of migration and invasion. So most of this work was done by my PhD student, Sosmita Girisa. So she is in National University of Singapore at present, working as a postdoctoral fellow. So the conclusion of this presentation is that motilin is a very important therapeutic target, and it's a very promising target for oral cancer. And vidofrin A is has a significant potential for suppressing motilin in oral cancer cells, and it can be used for the treatment of oral cancer after in vivo and clinical studies. So this is my acknowledgement. My acknowledgement goes to IIT Guwahati, my institute, then Department of Biotechnology, Government of India for funding, and then Dai Lab, this is Indo-Japan, collaboration, and Professor Renwadwa, Professor Sunil Kaur from, AIST Japan, and Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute for the, for patient samples, and my past members and present members. Thank you for your patient listening. If you have any questions, let me know. I think your microphone is mute. Microphone is mute, I think.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Kunu Makara. Okay, so
Next, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Paul Andre Lumigid to deliver his keynote speech. Professor Paul Andre Lumigid is a respected nursing educator, researcher, and academic leader. He currently serves as the Dean of the College of Nursing.
Hindi ba lunch na? Para si sir. Parang one pa ata. One night.
Okay, I think we will just have first our lunch break. Okay. We will have our lunch break now and maybe invite everyone to enjoy the lunch and prepare for all participants. And we will be back at 12:45. Thank you.
Wala kang stop. Oo, sa ano ba? Hindi ko wala akong control sa ano. Sige pa-check nga sir kung ayusin ko yung camera.
Ano ba ilalakas yun?
Ayusin nga natin para
Yan. So, we will have our next segment. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Masarap po ba? Oh, that's good to know. So at this point in time, we will be having our next segment of speech or message from Professor Paul Andre Lumigit. But before that, let me share with you something about him. Professor Paul Andre Lumigit is a respected nursing educator, researcher, and academic leader. He currently serves as the Dean of the College of Nursing and ISO Quality Lead Auditor at Kidapawan Doctors College Incorporated. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Nursing and Master of Arts in Nursing from Davao Doctors College. He is also a United States registered nurse and completed his Doctor of Nursing practice in 2025. At present, he is now pursuing his PhD in nursing. He is recognized for his contribution in nursing education, leadership, research, and healthcare management. He has received several awards for research presentation and has participated as a speaker, panelist, and judge in national and international conferences. He is also actively involved in professional nursing and research organizations and continues to promote excellence in nursing and healthcare leadership. Let us give round of applause for Professor Paul Andre A. Lumigi.
Thank you. Okay. Wait for a while. Allow me to share my screen. Okay. Wait for a while. Can I ask if my screen are visible? One of the moderator in the Zoom, may I request if it is visible in the screen?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, Once again, good day, everyone. Good day to our fellow visitors in the first international conference processed by or organized by Serada organization. My topic for today is to discuss international leading with integrity and the convergence of accountability and patient safety, especially for the wait for a while.
I guess speakers.
Louder and clear. May I know louder and clear?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Especially, our topic for my discussion is the convergence of accountability and patient safety of healthcare industry. Nowadays, in a worldwide organization, especially nursing is a top choice profession in global, not only in the Philippines, but also worldwide. In the landscape of nursing education, this is the current trends of nursing, the being accountable and improving patient safety to our value patient in various fields of healthcare. The question is, most of the researchers in when I would teach and graduate school program, why are Filipino nurses taught globally? Nursing profession is very demanding in terms of providing quality care and especially in uplifting the standard of healthcare and improving the ability of quality healthcare services. The modern Filipino nurses, especially as a dean of the College of Nursing, we are guided by our policies and accountability and responsibility by the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002 of RA 9173. It's an act for more responsive nursing profession, referring to the purpose of the Republic Act 7164, or known as the Philippine Act of 1991. But now it revised and it latest Philippine Nursing Act of 2002 in RA 9173. Nursing as regulated practice, they have a license to protect the public health and welfare. Uh, in our profession, a lot of research studies about healthcare, about improving quality services, managing or enhancing the standard of patient care is very currents and trends in our profession. Especially most of the healthcare industry, nursing is very the heart of providing quality care. All states have Nurse Practice Act, which has statute and define that control nursing. First, define the practice of professional nursing. Like us, in nursing profession, we are governed with different ethical principle, ethical manner that set standard for us on how to deliver quality nursing care, quality healthcare services to our value patient. So it's clearly and emphasized in line with the International Conference of Multidisciplinary that healthcare is the top choice priority in worldwide landscape on healthcare. Next is the status of board exam. Most of the county around the world have set a standard of nursing, especially in the Western or United States county, responsible for administering and enforcing Nurse Practice Act in states. I would like to share this a simple ethical framework that now in the nursing profession and healthcare services, we are in the AI or digital technology in nursing education or healthcare industry or digitalized technology. I would like to present now the ethical framework. Wait for a while. I would like to present now the ethical framework for AI in nursing care. When we provide quality nursing care around in our healthcare setting, we need these key indicators. As we mentioned, accountability when our action, Nursing Practice Act is very important because at the end of the day, when you provide quality care, the outcomes is very top priority. Data privacy, protecting to our patient, protecting the documentation, protecting other related information to our patient is very high priority. And decision making, clinical responsibility, and professional judgment, equity, empowerment, and health disparity is very important in providing quality nursing care, especially as a nurse in the quality nursing education, especially as a member of the ADPCN Association of the Dean of the Philippine College of Nursing, as the Dean of the College of Nursing of Kinabalu Doctors College, we make sure that our students are setting standard. So we set our standard in quality nursing education in order to we are in line of the competitive Western country in producing nurses around the world. Next is the very important in providing patient safety. Patient safety is our heart of care. Protecting patient from breach of confidentiality, ensuring patient from fully understand with agreed informed consent, engaging in about inadequate care and healthcare fraud, ensuring patient culture, believe our value, protecting our patient rights, and ensuring a patient right to autonomy. Especially now, in patient safety, it's not about the way how you raise the side rails, but important protecting the rights of your patient, especially considering we are the transcultural world. It means that every culture are very significant. We have to respect the different culture. So whatever perspective of different culture are very high and favorable. It means we need to consider every key indicators, every key guidelines or key perspective in line or inside of their culture because in line with Madeline Leininger, transcultural nursing is you have to be flexible in addressing the concern and needs of the client by maintaining and protecting cultural belief of our value patient. Next thing to do is the world's patient safety. Every September, we celebrate patient safety. Patient safety is one of our important global public health event and is very important in providing quality health services nowadays. Based on the statistic and research, according to Safety or Healthy and Biosafety Network, 70% of GP believe patient safety is being compromised because of workload. Nowadays, based on the statistic worldwide from Asian, from Western, from United States, or various continent are being affected here of our God, because most of the nurses are affected due to the fact that the workload, it may be the factor on contributing providing quality clinical practices and quality outcome to our patient. Safe staffing is the foundation of safe and sustainable care. I would like to present, and I know it is a world of patient safety goal. One, identify your patient correctly, improve effective communication, improve safety, high alert medication, ensure correct site, correct procedure, risk reduction, and reduce. As a dean of the Kidapawan Doctors College Incorporated, we are still, when we provide care to our patient, especially our nursing students, are really amplify the culture of providing patient safety to our value patient by emphasizing this patient safety goal. Incident report is normal, but we need to be part of our moral lesson that every report we identify mistake, we identify improvement, but this is part of our improvement and development of our action leading to the standard. Always take note, incident report is not always a mistake. It's about documentation toward the standard. This will be the highlight of that incident report. Most of us in healthcare, if you are future leader in the various hospital, they report incident to enhance quality of care for our consumer, to ensure the consumer is enjoy a safety environment, to identify possible threats and implement preventive strategy, and to increase agency-wide awareness of incident in order to implement corrective measure. This is very important, especially in providing quality healthcare services, especially in the field of healthcare, worldwide landscape. Lastly, last two slides. Best practice of a nurse is very important. Always take note, every action, every implementation, we need to put standard with evidence-based. Evidence-based practice is our guide in order to improve the quality standard of nursing care, quality standard of healthcare services, because our outcomes is the reflection of the patient wellness. Because in healthcare industry, we want to provide quality services to our patient, customer, especially we need to uplift their optimum level of functioning to become wellness in their totality of health. Understanding dilemma nowadays, we have different dilemma we encounter now worldwide, especially in healthcare. It's quite normal, but every dilemma we encounter, such as medication error, patient safety, compromise, navigating of ethical dilemma, and others may be considerable. But always take note, if there is a problem, there is easy and modifiable solution. Every solution is an area for improvement. An area of improvement is our greater achievement in order to uplift the quality standard of healthcare. Lastly, Always be best version of yourself. As a nurse leader in Region 12, and at the same time, and as an association of the Dean of the Philippine College of Nursing, regional chairperson of Philippine Nursing Student Development, and the Dean of the College of Nursing of Kidapaw and Doctors College, I always impart to the future nurse leader, healthcare leader, always be the best version of themselves because you are unique in every day. And I believe through the theme of the first international conference of multidisciplinary approach, we provide the standard of care. That will be all of my discussion for today. I hope you learned, and thank you for inviting me, Serada organization.
Okay, at this point, it is my honor to invite Sir Kevin Rivera to deliver his session speech. But first, allow me to read his bio note. Sir Kevin Rivera is a registered nurse, professional teacher, educator, and development practitioner with extensive experience in health, population, gender, and youth development programs. He currently serves as a faculty member of the College of Nursing at World City Colleges, Quezon City, and as the Director of Programs and Advocacy of the Forum for Family Planning and Development based at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Sir Kevin is actively involved in promoting human rights, adolescent reproductive health, HIV awareness, gender development, and youth empowerment. He has conducted trainings and educational programs in different parts of the Philippines focused on reproductive health and youth education. He holds a Master of Arts in Nursing and soon to be a doctor in social development at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Sir Rivera has also presented several research studies in public health, gender, sexuality, and social development in local and international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Kevin Rivera.
Sir, may access ka naman sa screen, no? Wala. Nag-send ka kay ano. Baka sila naman na siguro yung
Pwede naman. Pwede po.
pwede naman. Ay, wala siyang ano. Ay, iramin.
Para na po sa projection. Sir, mamaya po sa mga presenter, pwede pong hiramin.
Sige. Pwede naman i-send sa akin kung wala pang nabigay kila ano. Para,
sige po.
dire-diretso na siya.
Just yan na lang po ito.
Oo.
No, sir, can.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to share about public health. I I want to share about silos and hopefully from knowledge extraction to collective action. Just a disclaimer about presentation. This is very much reflective, uh, coming from my personal experience for over a decade in public health. Test. Hopefully, friends and colleagues from Zoom can also hear me. So if I had the power to travel back in time to sometime in 2011 and speak to my younger self, very dramatic, climatic in the afternoon, I would look to that young me, eager volunteer in the eye and tell him one hard, undeniable truth. Working in public health will break your heart. Um, it will test your patience and definitely it will exhaust your spirit and it will never ever be easy. In many occasions and part of my life, I was thinking, I'm sorry for the Filipino, ang hirap pagsilbihan ng pamilyang Pilipino. No, it's like it's very difficult to serve your countrymen. And that is like a continuous daily reflection if you're in the public health, wherein there's so many things that are happening. Next, please. My direct engagement with this reality did not begin in the sterile, controlled environment of a hospital ward. It did not begin in a university lecture hall. It began in the trenches. As a young professional way back and a volunteer in the province of Albay, I am closest to the people in the fringes, and their stories kept me going in the work that I do. At that time, the entire country was navigating a frantic sector-wide scramble to meet the targets. I hope you can still remember the MDGs. So that time, it was the Millennium Development Goals. It was easier compared to the SDGs, only have very few indicators and metrics. Still, globally, we failed. We made few successes, but still, I really witnessed what was happening on the ground. We were doing everything in our power. We were working alongside incredible development partners like the United Nations Population Fund, UNICEF, among others. But as we went house to house, barangay to barangay, or village to village, we were uncovering a reality that the national statistics were masking. We were doing our best. We were falling short. Habang papalapit, as we go near the due date, we can really see that we are falling short. And on the ground, that profound realization hit me. Next, please. For example, one very important target at that time, MDG number 5, was focused on maternal health and HIV. The maternal mortality we were desperately trying to curb, the rising youth vulnerabilities we were tracking. These were not clinical failures. They were multidisciplinary breakdowns. We would found out that maternal deaths weren't happening because our nurses, our doctors, our midwives didn't know how to deliver a baby. They were happening because of systemic delays in transportation and decision making. We discovered that teenage pregnancies and early sexual contacts happens at parents' homes, while we always thought that it was peer influence. We learned that for our deaf community, sexual harassment had tragically become normalized, a silent epidemic treated as a normal experience. We saw tuberculosis raging through communities, yet almost no one was connecting it to the looming underreported threat of HIV. And HIV cases we did manage to record. We knew they were just the tip of a massive iceberg. By the time our country officially fell short on its MDG targets in 2015, the core lessons was written on the wall for anyone willing to read it. Public health science is entirely effective without multidisciplinary practice. Next, please. At that time, I was a very passionate youth leader. With my friends and fellow advocates, we realized you cannot solve a community's problem without the community at the table. So we stopped waiting for an invitation. So technically, we crashed. We built our own tables. We organized into a formal civil society organizations. So we incorporated a community-based organization known as GMB Call for Sexual and Reproductive Health and a professional organization known as the Philippine Society for SREs or Sexual and Reproductive Health Nurses. This enabled us to leverage in many aspects such as policy advocacy and public accountability. That grassroots fire shaped my entire career, leading directly to the work that I do today as a director of the Forum for Family Planning and now an academician in the World City Colleges. But as my advocacy expanded, taking me from the mountains of Ifugao and Benguet to far island municipalities of Palawan into the dense, rapidly urbanizing slums of Metro Cebu and Manila, the geographic diversity only proved the exact point. We really need to work in a collaborative and multidisciplinary way. Next, please. Why collaboration matters? The tragedies we face are not born from lack of effort. They are born from a lack of connection. We operate in what I call silo trap. And if I may quote Doc Obot mentioned earlier about the silos. The academe produces brilliant life-saving evidence, but keeps it locked away in peer-reviewed journals. The government rolls out programs, but focuses only on region compliance metrics. I'm sorry for colleagues from the government. The media wants to tell the story, but struggles to find the technical experts to do so. And our public health workforce is stretched to the absolute breaking point, executing top-down vertical programs with no mechanisms for horizontal integration. And today, we have passed several landmark legislations in few decades. We have the Reproductive Health Law, Universal Healthcare Act. No, we have revised the HIV Act. We celebrated our little wins, such as raising the age of consent from 12 to 16. Yet we are standing at the edge of the implementation chasm. There's still a huge gap to be filled. We have the science and we have the policy, but the failure we see in the field today is a failure of coordination. We must fundamentally shift how we view our mandate. We must broaden our definition of public health from merely treating disease into a cohesive, synchronized investment. And I would argue that it should be focused on human capital development. Our country's demographic dividend in the Philippines, at least, our massive, vibrant youth population. There's now a shift. It is only strategic advantage if these young people are healthy, educated, and protected. Let me paint a picture of what this looks like in reality. Next, please. So, first scenario. Consider the reality of a geographically isolated and disadvantaged area. Imagine a pregnant mother living in a remote mountain barangay in Cordilleras or an isolated island in Palawan. When she experiences an obstetric emergency, the local midwife might have the clinical skills, the sterile instrument, and the protocols perfectly memorized. But that clinical knowledge is utterly useless if the mother cannot cross flooded rivers, or if there is no fuel or transportation. The barrier to health here is not medical, it is infrastructural. Treating this as a purely public health problem is a disservice to that mother. We need the Department of Public Works and Highways. We need local transport cooperatives, business sector, volunteers, community leaders. We need local government. We need engineers. And I think, if we do not bridge the gap between healthcare and infrastructure, mothers will continue to die, not from lack of medicine, but from lack of access. Next, please. Scenario number 2. As you can see here, at the center of the photo, that girl holding a baby, that's not her sibling. It's her child. She got pregnant at the age of 13 and became a mother at 14. Now, let us move to our rapidly urbanizing centers and look at teenage pregnancy. When a very young girl gets pregnant, the health sector kicks into gear. We provide prenatal care, we ensure safe facility-based delivery, and we offer postpartum family planning. From a strict clinical standpoint, the health sector has done its job, and the baby and the mother survived. But from a human capital perspective, we have profoundly failed because while the health sector was securing her physical survival, she dropped out of school. She lost her social safety net. She was forced into informal labor market, perpetuating a cycle of intergenerational poverty. Teen pregnancy is not just a medical event, it is an educational and economic crisis. Addressing it requires a synchronized intervention. Like all departments, education, social welfare, and so on, should come together. And even looking forward, even TESDA can actually play a huge role in in developing the skills of young mothers. Next, please. Scenario number 3. This is the last scenario that I would like to leave this fall. Considering the devastating justice gap when we deal with survivors of statutory rape, it was a monumental policy victory when the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law finally raised the bar of talking and advancing the discourse on sexual and reproductive health rights. More so, when the state finally protected the best interest of children, when age of consent was raised from 12 to 16. What good is a law if the system do not talk to each other? Right now, a clinician treats a pregnant 14-year-old in a rural health unit. The doctor treats the physical trauma. They provide prenatal vitamins, but without an integrated active referral system, the perpetrator walks free. The health provider is left to treat symptoms of statutory rape while completely unable to address the crime. This is where the silo becomes dangerous. Our health workers cannot prosecute predators. We need seamless active case finding collaboration as well. We need our health facilities to be intimately connected with the law enforcement. A prescription for iron supplement does not do justice and equal protection for these young girls. Moving forward, next please. If you are aware of the most recent meeting that happened last April, nations gathered in New York for the United Nations 59 Commission on Population and Development, also known as CPD-59, where the agenda focused on the context of digital era. A glaring realization from CPD-59 is that the threats our clienteles have mutated. They are no longer confined on physical spaces. For example, our children are living in digital frontier, and our public health strategies must follow them there. We are facing an epidemic of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, or OSAEC. Our youth are facing predators lurking in chat rooms of online gaming environments. Who is the public health practitioner in the digital age? It is no longer just the doctor, the midwife, the nurse, or the epidemiologist. We must urgently invite IT experts, cybersecurity professionals, a cybercrime legal authority maybe, into the coalition of public health. Now, we need to advocate as well. So we have to invite more advocates to come to play. Why? Because we have to watch policies. For example, pushing the expansion of Safe Spaces Act so that women and girls remain protected not just on our streets, but also on their screens. We need researchers and educators to address the digital divide, ensuring that technology serves as a bridge for health equity rather than the wedge that leaves the rural poor further behind. Next, please. So how do we move from knowledge extraction to collective action? Data. Data, I believe, is the neutral language of a multidisciplinary action. Regardless of the discipline in our practice, in our profession, we can all agree if the evidence is clear. We must show the transport sector how geographic health disparities are their responsibility. We must show the labor sector how youth health directly drives local economic growth. We must take the faces, the stories, and the lived experiences of the population we serve and use them to humanize our statistics. Facts will not fail you, but failing to communicate the data, that will fail us. Next, please. So as public health practitioner, I'd like to invite everybody for public health practitioner. Let's reclaim the 10 essential public health functions. We learned a brutal lesson during COVID-19 pandemic, a highly militarized approach to a health crisis. Devoid of public health professionals at the helm fails. But we also learned that public health workers cannot do it alone. I think that's the very important lesson there. Public health practitioners, our health workforce cannot do it alone. We must step outside our business as usual tasks. To the researchers in the room, we must move from research for publication to research for policy translation. Do not rely your life's work gathered dust in a journal. Make your data usable for educators, as our keynote speaker mentioned earlier. Make those impactful researchers, put them into use. Next, please. So, the challenge here is, to my fellow health practitioners, please, let's cultivate multidisciplinary literacy. We must allow ourselves to step out, our business as usual. We must understand the language of social worker, the legislator, the IT expert. We are not just dispensers of care and medicine. We are not just implementers of top-down programs. We are the architects of human capital, and I think we are also agents of justice, health equity. To secure the future of our people, the best potential of the population, the women, the elderly, we must build a table large enough for everyone to participate. Let's break the silo trap. We have to break the silo trap. Public health must be rights-based. It must be anchored in development. Science gives us a map, but it is our shared goal, collective and disciplinary action that will finally build the bridge. Again, this came from my personal experience, professional experience, for over a decade, and thank you for indulging me.
Wow, Sir Kevin, nakonsensya ako doon. You are so passionate about public health, and your dedication to your work is indeed impressive. Yun. That's why Dr. Obad and I are very much interested with the PubDev. And we attended recently we had a MOA with the PubDev, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, so at this point,
So madami ko kayong yung para gawa nating folder.
Session 1.
Yung
And
i-present.
we will welcome all presenters and participants to the session. Each presenter
I-share ko
will
na lang
be
folder para in
12
case na
minutes
may idadagdag.
for the presentation and 3 minutes for the question and answer
Nasa kanina.
portion.
Para silang dalang video ng video.
Session chairs may ask questions and provide comments after
Kaysa
each
pa rin hindi na
presentation.
ng text. Ito PowerPoint. Sige. Sa akin na lang po. I-upload ko na lang dito.
Pwede ko nang tawagin?
Ano ba? Ano?
Pwede ko nang tawagin? The first presenter?
Yes.
Let us begin.
Oo, para lang mabilis.
We would like to welcome Dr. Socorro Melagros Alcancia to present the paper titled In Vitro Antioxidant Activity of Fresh Coconut Coco Lucifera L. Cotyledon using standard analytical assays.
Ano yung nag-send ka ba, ma'am, sa akin?
Ano po, paano ko
Sige po. Sige, ma'am. Pwedeng pa-share. Sige. So, may mga may mga slides pa ba na hindi na para pasend na lang po sa para i-consolidate na lang at para mabilis.
Okay. May I invite the presenter to come over and see Sir has here so he can download or transfer
Saan yung Gmail niyo ba?
your research presentation. So,
Sige.
Ma'am Maria Angela Boras will be the next.
May Gmail na yan.
Dr. Yap will be the third presenter.
Okay.
Para sunod-sunod na tayo mamaya.
Asmer93@gmail.com. Sige ma'am, ano yung files niyo po?
23, sir.
93.
93 daw, Doc.
Asmer93.
HESMIR.
MER.
HES HASMER.
MER.
MER 93
Ah,
at
.com.
gmail.com. Sir, ano to? Small letters lahat.
Has MER. Para medyo mabilis yung flow.
Okay, the presenter may send your
Ay, send yung slides mo. Ayan.
presentation to HASMER, that's HASMER, HASMER93@gmail.com. Ulitin ko po. You may send your presentation to HASMER, HASMER, HASMER93@gmail.com.
Ay, ito ba yan, ma'am? Ikaw ito. Nasa na forward. Forward mo na lang, ma'am.
Parang hindi po yan. Sige, ano na lang po ulit. Tapos ang oral defense to.
Sige, ma'am. Tapos yung file name niyo, ma'am.
Biglang natakot. Kasi pati yung ano ko, cursor ko nagwawala.
Yeah, PPT yan. Okay. Upload. Ayun. Ayan, Maria Angela. Ikaw to, ma'am? Ay.
Hindi po. Opo yan.
Okay.
Orientation.
Ayan. Okay na, ma'am. Miss Pamboras, no? Okay. Sige, i-flash na natin yung slide mo, ma'am. Sige. Sige, ma'am, pwesto ka na dyan. Smart. HA. 93@gmail. Sir. Okay, sige. Kasi saglit na lang mama, biglang nag-loading siya. Loading, nag-loading yun. Ano, hindi niya kinaya. Baka mabigat masyado yun. Hey!
Ano daw pinang-hard copy ng rubrics?
Ay, meron tayo, ma'am.
Ito lang yun eh.
Ay, sorry. Dalawa yun, ma'am.
Asan yung isa?
Kaya lang muna natin na.
Sige po.
Pwede naman na yung ilipat mo na sa yung mga habang
May ka lang. Ay,
may ballpen sila pa.
So ako na lang. Tapos wala siyang sasakyan. Sakay lang siya kay Andalo. So after ni Ma'am Alcancia, si Andalo na sunod natin. Ha?
Sige.
Important na.
Alam mo na. Yung input nila sa arguments.
Hi. Ano?
Kung nagkakaroon ng protocol. Umisi ako.
Bakit ko yung ano ko? Paano ba mag-screen share?
I-screen na lang.
Kasi nag-loading siya.
Para po makita yung
Oo.
Pwede naman po yung share nyo na lang po yung buong screen.
Share screen.
Yung lahat ng screen na.
may contribute to the energy available and also the fermentation potential. So again and again, what I referred it lately, that this sample has a high potential for fermentation because of the presence of fat. Okay. For the tannins, may produce antioxidant and antimicrobial effects due to their ability to inhibit microbial growth and neutralization of the free radicals. And they use the ferric chloride to indicate these agents. Last 2 minutes. Great. Conclusion, so fresh coconut cotyledons contain several benefits or beneficial phytochemicals. And these are detected compounds include the sterols, triterpenes, alkaloids, saponins, glycosides, and tannins. So these compounds are known to exhibit various biological activities, including antioxidant and antimicrobial. So flavonoids were not detected in the sample, and the presence of these bioactive compounds suggests the potential antioxidant activity and functional food value of the fresh coconut cotyledon as a functional food with a possible health-promoting properties. So the study aligns with the SG12, responsible consumption and production, which promotes waste reduction through prevention, recycling, and reuse. So for the recommendations to conduct quantitative antioxidant assays such as the DPP, HADPS, and PROP to further evaluate the antioxidant capacity and also the advanced analytical technique such as the LCMC or the GCMS for the detailed compound, and also the exploration of potential functional food application to determine their usefulness in the food product development and health-related application, such this sugar-coated cotyledon toppings for the vegetables and also coated for appetizers. So these are my references, and an acknowledgement is, of course, to Dr. Marilyn Obod. My heart appreciation also to the vendors of the Mabita public market for allowing me to take photographs of their stores and for their cooperation during the conduct of the study. And the DOSP for providing me the laboratory results and the technical support, and also to our president, Patrick Kiko. And lastly, of course, my dearest gratitude to my family for unwavering love, understanding, and encouragement throughout the conduct of the research. Sorry. So I do have the last word for this, no? Investing in human capital, especially health and education, is the foundation of economic development. This is a word comes from Gary Becker. And if people are healthy and educated, the whole economy becomes stronger. And I always quote this or stated this during, especially whenever I talk about foods and nutrition. Food is not just to satisfy our stomach, but rather to nourish our body. Okay, so thank you so much and good afternoon.
Sige, Q&A na.
Anyone from the panelists have 3 minutes? Ask questions.
Parang nag-defensive. Gumagana? Okay.
Pinakababa.
Hello. Hi, Doc. Good afternoon. Congratulations.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations for presenting your paper. I just want to clarify some of the methodologies that you've mentioned. No? First is whether or not the coconut sample was authenticated. I just want to know if the sample was authenticated, whether or not the coconut used was Cocos tosifera.
Actually, this is the cotyledon. Yung what is the Tagalog? Hindi po yung pinakalaman. If you will not, yung picture, yan po.
Yes po, yes po. Regardless of the
it's not authenticated, but from Mabita, kasi I read some review literature that the composition of, if you will understand that the water from that coconut, no, yan po yung namumuo at magiging cotyledon. So, na-experience ko din, no, hindi, I just waited for another day, parang nag-transit yung cotyledon. So, from Mabita, diretso kami ng DOST para pa-test ko kagad.
Okay. So the plan used was not authenticated. Okay, thank you. Next question is that because in the determination of your phytochemical screening, you mentioned that the flavonoids were not present or negative. Remember, I would like to get your sentiment on this because flavonoid is one of the major phytochemical components of something that should have a antioxidant property. So what do you think is the reason why flavonoids is not present in this case? Because in your paper, you mentioned here that you wanted to have this antioxidant activity.
Okay po. I actually, nagpasal din po ako nun eh. Nung lumabas yung result, bakit pa yung flavonoid nag-negative? For me, siguro kasi yung flavonoids, when I read about it, when you add magnesium and hydrochloric, no po, mag-change ng color. So maybe, no, dun sa ano po, hindi siya nagkaroon ng color. Kaya po siguro yun po nag-negative. That's the reason, in my recommendation, I'm asking for a detail, no po. Kasi doon din po ako sorry to the word, nag-doubt.
Yes,
Why is
kasi
it that nag-negative?
correct, because antioxidant, your title kasi is antioxidant activity. So kapag negative yung flavonoids, there could be no antioxidant activity that will happen. And the next question, my next question is, ano po ba yung what do you mean by antioxidant activity? Because I didn't see any experimental consideration on what type of antioxidant activity or experiment did you use, but because mostly what was presented is only determination of phytochemicals. So just to clarify.
So okay, for me, for this paper, no, it's more of food. Okay. So of course, when you talk about plants, what I explained it lately about plant is an aspect for this healing or a medicinal. So with this kind of preparation, at least we could have a distinct, a small amount of this antioxidant. I'm not asking that this all, when you eat this cotyledon, you do have all the antioxidant. No, kasi of course, no, being a nutrition and dietetics professor, we all know the composition once there is a heat present, no, in a certain preparation, nawawala na. So, I should rather recommend again, after preparing some preparation of the foods, they could conduct if there is an antioxidant property.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you po.
Okay, congratulations, Dr. Socorro, for your presentation. Actually, I was amazed because I am more of business management and not with that particular desk. However, I just would like to ask, given that we all know that coconut or the coconut cotyledon is parang it seems that I have that preconception that it has antioxidant as a layman. Do you think what could be the ways that can be done, or say for example, given the test, to double check really the the existence of the antioxidant activity on that particular.
From my recommendations, for the food preparation, it should be coated sugar. If you will remember candied condol. So the candied condol, yung nakita ko, parang pwede siyang maging ganon. It's because the candied condol, the condol itself, nasa loob, and then it is being glazed by sugar. So eventually, kung si condol can make it up, why not with the cotyledon? Secondly, we usually eat yung itong cotyledon na to, the apple, the coconut apple, fresh. Okay. So we can top it over our salad, yung kanina po, kasi medyo cheaper naman siya. And also as a dessert or an appetizer, instead of using the breadcrumbs because of the carbohydrates. So why not this coated with this cotyledon?
Okay, thank you so much for that suggestion.
Hi, Dr. Socorro, congratulations, and I really like the fact that you've included the SDGs, which is really the direction of most papers nowadays. But from a background that is not from food science or applied science, I just want to understand what particular gap are you trying to solve? Is this something new, or is there like an anchored study behind this? What particular problem are you trying to solve with this? Do you consider this as a breakthrough study, or is it anchored from another study in the past?
Okay, so that's a good question. Kasi yung nababasa ko, limited lang talaga yung nabasa kong studies about the cotyledon itself. So mostly the water and also the meat. So they convert it into desiccated coconut and whatsoever. So what I'm thinking about is when I have the cotyledon, bakit ito wala? So bakit sa market hindi to nagagamit or hindi siya na-prepare? And even in a party or whatsoever, so yun po yung gap na nakita ko na limited po. No, I'm not saying na wala, but there is a limitations. And even in terms of, again, as a nutrition and dietetics faculty, so we are more inclined with the food, preparation, that it should not, the fight or the nutrients itself will not be lost. So ito po yung gusto ko pong makita. Kaya that's the reason in my recommendation, a much more study or much more analysis. Kanya lang kasi mahal eh.
Do you think there are more international papers rather than local papers on this?
Ayun po, international po. Pero doon sa local, ang bibihira. Pakunti po doon sa, sa local. Sorry to the term po ang nakita ko lang po doon sa local is mostly yung oil, the VCO. Doon sila mag-concentrate sa VCO, sa oil, wood oil, copra, the copra, and yun lang po eh. And also the desiccated coconut.
So meaning to say, ma'am, there are limited references.
International meron po siya.
Plenty of international. What led you, ma'am, to come up with a descriptive qualitative design rather than applied experimental? Or perhaps case study? Kasi kung limited lang siya, ma'am.
I'm in a hurry to produce this research. So that is the truth. No, I'm in a hurry to produce this research, and then that's the only way I could have the descriptive and then the result to be more
presenters
matatawag natin dito mapakita na talagang undergo natin.
So what was the qualitative part? What was the qualitative? Was it more on
Oo.
Hindi naman siya ang
So yung question.
The test results.
The descriptive
Ikaw
kasi
na
naman is
magsasabi. Okay, sir.
Ano po
Oo.
siya? Because it's quantified is because
Mhm.
once you do have yung meron po siyang nakitang results from how many ano po yung flavonoids and then po.
Okay. Siguro ma'am, moving forward, if the objective is to publish this in an international journal or a local journal, at least AGPCI index, ang suggestion ko ma'am is clarify lang the research design, maybe try to revisit lang. If ang inyong preferences are, a few, baka magmamatch siya into a case study method. Case studies nakafocus ka sa isang aspect, like a few references. But your study is really good. There's what you call novelty. It's just that siguro ma'am, ano lang natin, i-realign lang natin with the research design. And you mentioned the gap. I think one more thing, ma'am, is I think you can also fortify or improve the scope and limitations so that alam natin kung hanggang saan lang po yung paper. But you're getting there. You're good to go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much po.
Congratulations, Dr. Alcancia. Okay, so we would like to respectfully ask the panelists to limit your questions to only one question each, and probably one recommendation because we have a limited time in this venue. Thank you. May I call on the next presenter, Mr. Mark Andre Andalo, to present the paper, The Perspective of the Radiology Technology Students on the Integration of Artificial Intelligence in the Field of RadTech in the Philippines.
Would it be possible to have a timer also on screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
para
for you. For everyone. I'll ask.
sige, we'll start at
Actually,
2:26.
this research presentation is the continuation of my undergraduate thesis, which is all about artificial intelligence, the perspective of the radiology profession. And when we say that radiology professionals who are pertaining to the medical professionals who are working inside the radiology, composed of radiologists and radiology technology.
Tama ba? Ah?
Hindi.
Okay, tama ba?
Isa pa yung timer.
Hindi siya.
Hindi pwede sabay. Ako may hindi pwede.
Sige. Paano lang manual na?
Mano-mano na lang.
Sige, we start at okay, next.
Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is no longer confined to science fiction, experimental laboratories, or theoretical discussion. It is already here. It is transforming industries, redefining workflows, and most importantly, revolutionizing the healthcare. From automated image analysis to predictive diagnostics, AI is rapidly reshaping the practice of medical thinking. But amid this transformation, one critical question emerges. Our future radiologic technology is ready. Because while machines may become smarter, healthcare must remain human-centered. And this begins with understanding the people who will work alongside this technology. This is the foundation of our study. So the artificial intelligence has become one of the most disruptive and transformative technologies in healthcare. Globally, AI has demonstrated remarkable potential in image interpretation, workflow automation, diagnostic support, and error reduction. These studies have consistently shown that AI can enhance radiologic precision, increase efficiency, and support clinical decision making. However, technology adoption is not merely a matter of availability.
its success depends heavily on human acceptance, preparedness, and education. In the Philippine setting, studies show that healthcare students generally possess positive awareness about AI. Yet, despite this optimism, educational exposure remains limited. So many students understand AI conceptually, but have little structured academic or practical engagement with it. So this creates an educational paradox. Okay? We are preparing students for a future they are only partially exposed to. So radiologic technology is not uniquely vulnerable to this gap because imaging is among the most AI integrated healthcare domains. As future practitioners, radiologic technology students will directly interact with AI-powered systems. So this awareness, attitudes, readiness, and concepts matter profoundly. Thus, our study sought to explore this perspective. Next slide. The primary aim of this research was to determine the perspectives of radiologic technology students in the Philippines regarding the integration of artificial intelligence in their field. Specifically, we examined the level of awareness, their attitudes toward AI, perceived benefits, perceived challenges, readiness for adoption, and the relationships among those variables. To systematically examine the student perceptions, we employ the quantitative descriptive research design. So this research design was appropriate because our objective was not to manipulate the variables, but to accurately describe and quantify existing perceptions. So the study was conducted among the selected higher education institutions in the Philippines, including the World City Colleges, offering the Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology program. Okay, so the participants consisted of radiologic technologists from different institutions from first year to fourth year college. For data collection, we used a structured survey questionnaire developed from the study objectives and supported by relevant international and local literature. So the instrument measured the awareness, attitude, perceived benefits, concerns, and readiness towards AI integration. So let us first look at the demographic profile of our respondents. So the majority of respondents were female, comprising 62.5% of the total sample. Okay? So most participants were third-year radiologic technology students, accounting for 29.2%. So the dominant age group was 21 to 23 years old. So these findings are important because they indicate that respondents were academically mature and needing professional clinical exposure. So this means their perceptions are not sorry. So yeah, this means that their program are not hypothetical impressions. Rather, they reflect informed perspectives shaped by academic and emerging clinical experiences. When it comes to awareness finding, one of our significant findings was the respondents' high level of awareness regarding AI in radiology technology with an overall mean of 3.8. So the highest rated item reflected awareness that AI is already used in medical imaging. So this demonstrates that students recognize the growing relevance of AI in their future professions. And then the attitude findings, our findings revealed a highly positive student attitude toward AI integration with an overall mean of 4.19. So this is particularly encouraging. When it comes to perceived benefits, so students strongly recognize the potential benefits of AI. These include the improved diagnostic accuracy, enhanced workflow efficiency, reduce human error, and strengthen professional development. So this is consistent with international literature. So about the concerns and challenges, so despite the optimism, students raise legitimate concerns. So this includes the lack of adequate training, ethical concerns, privacy and data security issues, accessibility barriers, and fears of professional displacement. So this concern should not be dismissed. For the readiness for adoption,
Encouraging the respondents demonstrated a very high level of readiness to adopt AI in future practice. So students expressed strong willingness to undergo training, develop AI competencies, and adapt to technological change. So this reflects a future workforce prepared to evolve. So according to Rogers' diffusion of innovation theory, adoption increases when innovations are perceived as advantageous, relevant, and observable. So significant relationships, our statistical findings revealed significant positive relationships among awareness, attitudes, perceived benefits, and readiness. Simply, the more informed students are, the more positive their attitudes become. For the conclusion, so artificial intelligence is not coming. It has already arrived. So the real question is not whether AI will shape radiologic technology, but it already is. Okay? So the real question is, will education evolve fast enough to prepare future professionals? Our findings show hope. Radiologic technology students in the Philippines are aware. They are optimistic, they recognize the benefits, they are willing to learn, and they are ready to adapt. But readiness without educational support is unrealized potential. If we truly want future-ready healthcare professionals, then AI must move from isolated awareness into structured curriculum, ethical training, and institutional readiness. Because technology alone does not transform healthcare. Prepared professionals do. Thank you very much. These are my references.
Wow, that was only 8 minutes, Okay, you may have the floor, any one of you. Start, thank you.
Okay, so congratulations, Mr. Mark, for that presentation. My question is that what was the most significant challenges that you challenge that you encountered, and how does it how does your innovation help bridge a specific gap that you have shown in your study?
Well, the awareness of students in AI, because in our curriculum it is not yet integrated. So the artificial intelligence, and of course in the Philippines, admittedly, we do not have yet enough literature and studies that support the integration of artificial intelligence in healthcare, particularly in area of radiology.
Mark, congratulations and thank you for your presentation. Just want to clarify one question. May I know if your respondents, you informed them what kind of AI you're referring to when it comes to your questionnaire?
Yes, sir. We did.
Like, where you inform them if it is generative or predictive AI? Because in your questions, it was mentioned that there is medical imaging and the other one is diagnostic imaging. So were they informed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And just a recommendation, because in your research design, you
Hanggang 5
mentioned that
tayo, ma'am, pero may mga closing activities
quantitative
pa
descriptive.
tayo.
However, you input some of the exponential statistics like correlational. So I just want to know what's really your objective of your study. Okay, because your design does not match with your statistical technique.
So,
It's correlational.
or pwede, for this presenter, siya ang naka-sign, gano'n na lang.
Our respondent.
Thank you.
Salita na lang sila.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, I think you have answered the question, but yeah. Perhaps it's more on the comment or recommendation rather than a question. If you already have a paper, so I suggest you continue improving it until it becomes publishable or ready for submission for a specific journal. Quantitative descriptive. I think you've answered already Sir's question because
when you say quantitative, are you referring to correlation alone?
Yes. The
So
240
maybe
na.
it could be a descriptive research instead of quantitative descriptive. Kasi if it's
Dapat nasa
quantitative,
muna tayo.
you can frame it like,
Social emergency.
is it a survey research? Is it a quasi one, longitudinal? So something like that. You have to be specific with the word quantity. If it's just
Kasi
descriptive, like you're
pinagbalik-balik
getting the mean median mode without hypothesis,
So dapat
then put descriptive instead.
So may pangatlo na.
Another thing,
Mm.
since there's no framework and
Late
no
tayo.
hypothesis, it's purely descriptive, I would also suggest that you also justify why is it that there are more females than males? Because for journals, they are very, very particular with gender. If there's what we call gender bias. So justify or add a clause there. Why is it that there are more females than males in terms of data gathering? And then, of course, discuss the results further. Okay, if you can present some tables in your research, then that would be better. What was significant and insignificant. Pero kasi, since this is purely descriptive, the mean, median, mode, standard deviation would suffice. You don't need to get to have a conceptual framework here or conceptual framework in the hypothesis testing. Wala pa kasi it's purely descriptive. So that's it. So it's more of like an initial or preliminary study, but it can also be qualitative if you want. Yeah, so it's up to you at the end of the day. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Sir Mark. Bravo. Okay, may I call on Ma'am Maria Angela Boras to present a paper titled Managing Bilateral Palatofemoral Pain in a Middle-Aged Novice Runners Using an Electric Approach, a case report.
Si Ma'am Boras, no? Yung...
Ma'am Boras, you may start now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Angela Boras, the Doctor of Physical Therapy, and thank you so much for allowing me to use this platform to present my study. So my study is not yet out.
Wait lang. Sure. Ay, hindi siya naka-slide, ma'am, no?
Yeah. Ano. Okay.
PDF.
Next.
Okay.
Hindi ka pa start.
Okay. Tama ba, ma'am? Ay! No, mali. Okay, so ito siya. Sobra. Pwede ba siyang ano?
Pwede niyo po siya.
Ganyan. Ay, a view, oh yes. So, ay. So lang ba? Okay. Okay. Hindi ko kabisado pag mga ganito. Sige, ma'am.
All right. Anyway, so
Sige.
I will present my study. The study is managing patellofemoral pain syndrome in a middle-aged novice runner using an eclectic approach. It is a case report. So just to give you a background of the study.
Tama ba, ma'am? Ay, sa taas.
Hindi ko po miramin.
Sige, ma'am. Ay, kaso.
You can sit here na lang.
Sige.
So just to give you a background of the study, it is primarily made for runners who started during post-pandemic era. So we know that running became a primary physical activity post-pandemic. However, 28% of running-related injuries are actually knee injuries, with patellofemoral pain syndrome as the majority in terms of the percentage.
Sige, download ko. Para bumak full screen natin. Sorry.
Don't worry, I'll give you 30 seconds additional time.
Thank you. All right. And then so 28% are actually knee injuries, with majority of the knee injuries being patellofemoral pain. However, for novice runners, especially on middle age, the general fitness does not actually equate their readiness for running. Specifically, their awareness of the training load, tissue capacity, movement strategy, and most of all, recovery. So why does this matter, especially for us? So number one, patellofemoral pain has no single accepted cause. So it's not like if you have this, then you would have PFP. Second, novice runners do not actually have the same access, level, or network with sports rehabilitation specialists, unlike competitive runners. So chances are they might get the pain, not know what to do with it, and then end up not being able to run after all. So the purpose of the study is to examine whether an 8-week eclectic rehabilitation program integrating PFP guidelines and the professional sports load management program would be able to resolve the concern for a novice runner. Next po. So just to give you an idea of our athlete, so he is a 45-year-old male, formerly a collegiate varsity athlete for football. Now he's playing 7v7 football. He's running twice a week. And the only running competition that he joined before he received my care is a 5-kilometer fun run. So the chief complaint is bilateral anterior knee pain, which is also PFP, during downhill trail running with the right knee worse than the left. So pain scale 7/10, so the worst pain is 10/10. So the goal is to participate and complete his first half marathon with no pain during mileage training. So clinical impression wise, so we have a patient who has bilateral knee pain, which is aggravated on downhill and eccentric quadriceps demand. No significant traumatic lower extremity injury or surgical history. There was no swelling or gait deviation during the initial exam. Basically, the clinical picture presents that the problem is more on the specificity of the running form. If you're familiar with football is a single leg sport, so majority of the time, if you transfer from a single leg event, then go into running, then the problems would arise. Let's see. So what did we do? First, the design of the study is a prospective single patient case report over 8 weeks with hybrid therapy program. In clinic and remote running load monitoring, we made use of the technology now. Frequency is 3 times a week for physical therapy intervention, twice a week running for mileage, and then every weekend trail running. The adjustments are made based on the symptoms and the load response. We have 2 types of evaluations that we do in physical therapy. We have subjective and objective. For subjective, we use pain scale. We have a standardized tool, which is known as anterior knee pain scale. And we also did objective tests. So the objective test would be your single leg, your squat, single leg squat, star excursion balance test, and we also did the video analysis. So what are our baseline findings? Baseline findings showed us that on AKPS, the patient is 85/100. The strength and endurance demonstrated discrepancy on single leg balance test. We also, the patient also showed quadriceps dominance again. This is very expected for football players. We have dynamic balance test. There is also discrepancy between the right and the left. And then in terms of the video or the running analysis, it was shown that the patient also demonstrated different form of running that is not actually optimal for trail running. Next. So what is an eclectic approach? An eclectic approach is a holistic approach in physical therapy, specifically in sports, wherein we don't just rely on protocol. This is very different with your hospital physical therapy or rehabilitation, where everything is combo. So here we've used the different approach coming from three standardized and evidence-based research on different approach, both diagnostically, so that's PFPS, and then for professional athletes, which is under IOs. So what did we do? We did strengthening program, we did neuromuscular control. Again, we need to retrain a football player that when you run, you need to forget how you run when you're expecting to receive the ball. We did running retraining, specifically the athlete just did 5 km and now he wants to go 21 kilometers suddenly with different terrain. So next we did load management. So this is where technology came in. So the patient has his own Fitbit. So he gave me an access to that, meaning every time he does his mileage, I'm able to notice where he stopped or what's the difference on the mileage. In terms of his weekend training, what we did to make it more specific is he kept on running on the same terrain. It's on the same space every weekend. And then lastly, patient education. So this is the flow of the 8-week program. So on week 1, we had to do the evaluation, we had to retrain him, we did our manual therapy, we did running retraining from heel strike to everything. So basically it's activation. Week 2 is low load. So he started his usual 10-kilometer trail run without the consideration of the speed. All we wanted to know is if he is able to finish it without the pain, especially during downhill. On week 3, at 12 kilometer, we tried to monitor how fast he can go at deceleration during your downhill. So that is why there's eccentric. Week 4 and 5, we started the loading. So we started looking for speed. And then at week 6, we started to taper on strength training. So this is something that is not all runners, especially novice runners, know. You are supposed to do strength training even if your goal is endurance. So in the past, they always say, I don't want to do strength training. I don't want to carry weights because it would make me feel heavy. Apparently, your ability to produce power would actually be very useful for your endurance. And then on week 7, since it was race preparation, that is the target to reach the 21 kilometer. So the patient was able to do 21 kilometer at week 7, opening of week 7. And on week 8, we did the recovery run. So what are the results? So at week 8, we did a reevaluation. So basically at week 8, the patient already tapered, but the run would be on week 9. So we actually had 2 weeks. So after that, the pain has improved. So from 85, the score is now at 98 over 100. The single leg balance test improved, and by improvement, the difference between the left and the right leg was smaller. And then for pain, obviously the patient completed 21 kilometer of trail running without pain. And then for movement, this is very nice because during the 7th week, when he completed his target kilometer, it was 7.21 per kilometer. But during the competition itself, so he finished, it was 6:05. So the squat was better. Single leg squat was also better compared to when he started, and there was no pain on the knee. And then the single excursion balance test, the discrepancy between the left and the right was smaller. Again, in physical therapy, if you have greater discrepancy between your left and the right, your chances of incurring injury increases also. So for this patient, since the discrepancy is almost like 2 centimeters from right and left, then injury is lower.
Last 2 minutes.
And why did it work? Because one, that this is actually the SAID principle, specific adaptation to imposed demands. So that's why we needed to make sure that he does not just do treadmill running or road running. He also did the terrain because that's where it's painful. I needed to respect that the runner is actually an athlete before, probably even stronger than me before. But then we had to agree that on specific running, we had to change some of the skills that he already knew. And then again, It's the specificity and transferability. Even the strengthening program was tailor fitted for quadriceps, hamstrings, buttocks, and other muscles that are very specific for trail running. Limitation again, this is a single leg case. Single case, so the generalizability might not be as efficient. However, the purpose of the study also is to justify that the rigor of an intervention, of a physical therapy intervention, is not limited by the numbers. No control in the condition, and then some outcomes might be impaired because I don't see him every time. So in future direction, expanding it. So basically, we're starting to do qualitative and then transferring the model that we use for him to other patients that are presenting with his same biography. So 45, middle age, male, and then we're also testing for female because knee pain in female is different. There, references. Thank you so much.
Okay,
you for the help.
and simple. For those under social science, this is an example of a clinical case study where she presents a real patient case. Okay, so this is still qual. So I have a question. What make your study unique, and what do you think is the contribution to knowledge of your paper?
Actually, as I've mentioned earlier, I think I will speak in business term. The value proposition of the study really is because majority of novice athletes, especially now after the pandemic, if you don't have access to specialists, so I'm a specialist in sports, so I do handle professional athletes. You wouldn't know what to do. So what will happen is you just train, you get hurt, you don't know what will happen next. So this study would actually highlight that, even if you're a novice runner, being able to access professionals that could help you could actually improve your longevity in the career.
What makes your paper unique from the other papers of the same?
Because it's using an eclectic approach. So compared to the usual intervention in our profession, which always use protocol or combos.
Is this a breakthrough? Is this the first time that this is used for a case?
Yes,
study?
specifically for novice runners who are on this age, yes, this is a new case. No, this is a new way of implementing it because in the past, an eclectic approach would be used for already professional athletes, or they would use it in younger population. So I specifically had this chosen because I want that specific age group.
Just a recommendation, if you're pursuing this to be published in a journal, since this is a single case and I understand where you're coming from, and also time is of the essence, I would suggest that you back it up with ample literature, international and local, so that it gets published. Because again, it should be empirically based and evidence based in all aspects. But this is a good start. So congratulations.
Thank you so much for that. So I specifically limited the reference because this is just a presentation, but the whole paper is actually 30 reference from different countries.
Should be more for clinical case study. Yeah. To guarantee acceptance. Scopus, go for Scopus.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Boras. May I call on Dr. Maria Judith Del Rosario Yap to present a paper titled Non-Invasive 450 nm diode laser and oral appliance therapy in snoring and obstructive sleep apnea, a pilot clinical observation.
Ayun, Mike.
Walang na. Ayun.
Anong pangalan ni Mike? Si Judy. Nag-send ka na, ma'am, dito?
Yes. Nag-email.
Nag-email siya.
Yeah.
Dapat pala nangolekta na ako kanina no na PD. Ito si...
Yep.
Ay, ito si... Wala, ba't naghang? Saglit lang, ma'am. Tama, ma'am, no?
Tama.
Okay, sige. Sino na yung next, ma'am?
Dr.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you will indulge with my voice. I'm not in very good condition right now, and I'm so thankful to Dr. Jean for the trust. Actually, I came from another exhibition convention. So let me start with my presentation. So this is the laser treatment with 450 nanometer diode, a pilot study on Filipino patients with sleep apnea. So who among us here has ever shared a room with someone whose loud snoring disrupted your sleep? Really? So every night, millions unknowingly struggle to breathe in their sleep, turning into a silent threat to health and quality of life, right? So the background of my research is that snoring and obstructive sleep apnea are common sleep-related breathing disorders. These conditions are linked to poor quality of life, cardiovascular risk, and disrupted sleep. Existing treatments are available, but many patients struggle with comfort and long-term compliance. Minimally invasive laser therapy, especially the 450 nanometer diode laser, may help reduce upper airway obstruction and improve sleep symptoms. This pilot study evaluates the effectiveness of the Pion S3 450 nanometer diode laser combined with my MyTop oral appliance in Filipino patients with snoring and OSA. Sleep outcomes are assessed using FDA-approved EctoSense Night Owl sleep device. So this is my thesis during my master's, and this was based on that. So the methodology, the pilot study used an experimental crossover design involving 3 Filipino patients with snoring and sleep-related breathing disorder. Participants received 2 interventions, the MyTap oral appliance for oral appliance therapy, and the Pion SG 450 nanometer diode laser for laser therapy. So sleep parameters were evaluated before and after treatment using the FDA-approved EctoSense Night Owl sleep device, and which is the Night Owl device. Device uses photoplethysmography, PPG, and accelerometry to monitor the respiratory events, which is the oxygen saturation, the heart rate, the body movements during sleep. The crossover design allowed each participant to act as their own control for comparing both treatment methods. The study aimed to compare the effectiveness of oral appliance therapy and laser therapy in reducing snoring, severity, and symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea. Early findings showed promising improvements in sleep quality and breathing patterns among participants. So let me discuss to you what is the home sleep apnea test. So home sleep apnea test is a portable breathing monitor you wear overnight. It is designed to help diagnose obstructive sleep apnea at home. As you sleep, the device monitors your breathing and oxygen levels to detect and measure pauses in breathing, which are known as apneas. These tests calculate an OSA severity score by calculating the average number of lapses in breathing per hour in bed. So the polysomnography, this is done in the hospital or any sleep test facility. This is an overnight sleep study performed in a lab provides the most accurate diagnosis. However, this type of test can be more expensive and people in certain areas may face long wait lists or lack easy access to sleep center. At-home sleep apnea tests are designed to make testing more accessible and help ensure people to get the treatment they need. So common metrics measured during an at-home test, the heart rate and blood oxygen level, respiratory activity, breathing patterns, the chest and chest motion, actigraphy or nocturnal movement and motor activity. sleep position and position changes, snoring events, and intensity. So how a home sleep apnea test work? The process for a home sleep apnea testing involves receiving an evaluation and prescription from your doctor, conducting a test at home, sending your results to be interpreted by a sleep specialist. So the pros and cons of at home sleep apneas, the pros are comfort, convenience, and affordability, and shorter wait times. And the cons are less accurate, possibility of technological malfunctions, and limited in scope. So how does EptoSense Night Owl work? So the night owl detects sleep apnea symptoms with a sensor that attaches to your fingertips. So the device uses both an accelerometer and plethysmography to record the following metrics: the actigraphy, the blood oxygen level, the peripheral arterial tone, and the apnea hypopnea index. So there are studies already out that are being published about the night owl home sleep apnea test. This is an evaluation of the test kit. And this is a multicentric validation study of a novel home sleep apnea test based on peripheral arterial tonometry. And the conclusion of this paper reported on a multitude of robust endpoint parameters, in particular also severity categorization, accuracies, while also benchmarking clinical performance against double-scored PSG. This study demonstrated a strong agreement of PAT, HSAT with PSG. And the result of the study also suggests that different brands of PAT, HSAT maybe have distinct clinical performance characterization. So we have these data. All patients are male. The age are 50 to 61, and the BMI is from 24 to 33. AHI is moderate to severe. Chief complaints are excessive daytime sleepiness, tiredness, loud snoring, observed episodes of stopped breathing during sleep, snorting or choking noises during sleep. So these are the results from the night owl, the records I will not be discussing thoroughly. So this is what you see when you have this night owl device. They record your sleep, your oxygen level during sleep. So these are the results for the 3 patients. And here, so it is used for 3 consecutive nights. So there are 3 results here. And before we do the night owl, we do a pre-treatment and we have a sleep questionnaires. And all these patients with their Epworth sleepiness scale has a severe sleepiness during the daytime. So they have these scores, and the patient health questionnaire also they also translate that they are severe to moderate. So after treatment with oral appliance, we again recorded their ESS and the PHQ, and there was no significant variation. So there is no improvement at all. So when we did the laser, we again subjected everyone to ESS and another health questionnaire, and they and the dramatic the patient number 3 dramatically after the first laser treatment, the score dramatically dropped. So there was less snoring, and these are the result of their home sleep apnea test. So you can see that it has improved. And so let me go to the laser treatment protocol. I think all of you are a little bit curious about it. So the patients are treated in the dental clinics. So it's a non-invasive procedure. There's no anesthesia. We use the diode laser with the protocol with 3 watts and in continuous wave. So before and after each laser treatment, a picture is taken to classify and describe the relative size of the tongue compared to the oropharyngeal opening in hopes of predicting the difficulty airway. through a Malampati score. So all patients, this demonstrated a class 4 Malampati score. There was no need for anesthesia. So before we start, we do a gag reflex treatment so that the patient will not gag during the treatment. And these are the treated zones during the snore treatment. And this is the before, and this is because on the first slide, the airway is closed. So it exhibits a Malampati 3 running to 3, 4. And right after the treatment, after 20 minutes, the airway opens because there is a tightening of the soft palate after the treatment. And this is the magic boost that we do during the treatment so that the soft tissue on the soft palate will constrict and it will encourage collagen production. And the feedback on the oral appliance therapy, there were complaints about oral appliance for most of my patients. They struggle with mandibular positioning, dislodgement of the appliance while sleeping, excessive salivation, and discomfort during sleep. So during the first fitting, the appliance is tight that you will have the tendency to lose it.
Last 2 minutes.
At the end result, you will lose it while sleeping. The patients experience pain that they find it very uncomfortable while inside the mouth. Some even said that it is definitely not a good therapy because you can't get enough sleep. Since it is an appliance, there's no way for them to get used to, and compliance is always a big problem. So feedback on laser treatments. The laser therapy procedure takes around 20 minutes. The patients experience a hot tingling sensation on the soft palate, which is good indication that the laser energy is being absorbed well by the tissue. This can be resolved by defocusing the laser away. Some patients experience dry throat during the procedure. That is why we have to stop in between so that they can drink water. Generally, they said that it was a tolerable procedure, and after the first treatment, they were all satisfied with the result, especially their bed partners. They no longer wake up in the middle of the night to urinate, body pains were lessened, and happy mood during the day. One patient even told me that he no longer experienced headache when waking up. Patients are more compliant to this, to take the next 8 shots so that they can undergo the laser treatment. So completion of the study. With the paradigmatic preliminary result of the laser therapy with just few patients, we intend to continue our research and clinical trial to establish a very good data that will be used for the treatment of sleep apnea patients. A good collaboration with government and private hospitals is underway, and an assurance from Pion Laser to help develop a new and effective protocol to benefit both dentists and the patients. So these are my references. And I would like to acknowledge Dr. Jean Planes and the Pion, the pioneer of intelligent medical lasers. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to speak in front of you.
Wow, may 3 seconds pa siya.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Yap. May I ask the panelists to ask questions or recommendation?
Just to recommend, again, congratulations. It's very time. Alam ko maraming umihilig dito. So we just don't know if they are diagnosed with sleep apnea. But just for the improvement of the paper, Doc, no? Your feedback on the laser treatment can be used when it comes to when it comes to the ethics of implementation of your pilot study. At the same time, since it's the pilot clinical observation, maybe you can input also in your methodology what are the inclusion and exclusion criteria that you will be using in order for you to narrow down the demographics of those participants involved in this pilot clinical observation. Because if you don't have this inclusion and exclusion criteria, you will really need large number of participants in order for you to have a very generalized practice for this kind of treatment. So that's the point that I just want you to consider. Yeah. Thank you.
Quickly, if I may also add, maybe in your study, because there's much sir mentioned about inclusion and exclusion. Ma'am, I just want to ask briefly, ma'am, what about those with comorbidity? Are they part of the study? Or, yeah. Kasi the normal, I have sleep apnea, and there's a reason behind it. Another trigger, factor.
Actually, these are all of my patients are with comorbidities.
I see.
So actually, it was just that due to time constraints, actually, because I want to finish the study for my completion of my masterals. So the one that sir recommended, whatever available patient there is, I really have to do it because I have to complete my study. So maybe if with Dr. Jean here, we could be able to design something that is really very what do you call this, um confined to the study, which is what do you call that, what do you say now?
Yeah, we will consider the limitations and the limitations of the study. Thank you.
Because obesity is always linked to sleep apnea.
Yes, actually, because the effectivity of the treatment is also dependent on the BMI of the patient.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Yap.
so much.
And may I call on future Dr. Kelvin Rivera. This presentation is titled The National and Social Emergency of Adolescent Pregnancy in the Philippines, Policy Implementation and Service Delivery Challenges.
Sir, ito. Yan po yung akin. Tapos ito po yung ay, magkaiba to. Para isang.
Nag-snore na daw ba kayo? Nagising sila, may gamot naman pala. May intervention.
Tama, relax.
Okay, kaya mo yan.
Para kailangan kasi muna mas
Pwede na ano natin. Okay.
yung screen kasi hindi siya na nakikita sa ano natin pagka medyo mahirap siya. Ito ba yun? Ay, hindi kaya.
National Social Emergency.
Tama. Okay.
Tama.
Okay. Ganon. Tingnan mo sir, nakita siya dyan. Nakita sa screen.
Once again, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to present the paper which we work together with Undersecretary Perez of the Commission on Population and Development. So today, we address what is arguably the most silent yet devastating emergency in the Philippines, the surge of adolescent pregnancy. In fact, when we talk about adolescent pregnancies, UP would always describe it as a wicked problem, one that is multidimensional and threatens the country's demographic dividend by forcing young girls out of labor force before they even enter it. So as you can see on the slides, the number are staggering. 20 babies are born every hour to adolescent mothers. In the context of this presentation, it is focused on minors covered by the Social Protection Program for adolescent mothers and their children, as defined by the DSWD. Also in the context of age of consent, these are the adolescents and children below 16 covered by statutory rape law since 2023, and a call for national emergency declared in 2021, focusing on very young adolescents and children below 15 who are already mothers, and this was an issue since 2018. Next slide, please. So the emergency. Recent Philippine statistics data in 2021 show that there is a decrease on the trend of teenage pregnancy among 15 to 19 years old age group. However, the real problem is that while the 15 to 19 decreases, 10 to 14 age bracket surge by 11%. This remains a critical concern as this is often linked to coercion and unequal power relations with older men. Next, please. So for the methodology, this study aims to review and analyze the factors contributing to this crisis, evaluate the effectiveness of existing policies, specifically RA 11648. So basically, this is the amendment on three laws on revised penal code, anti-rape law, and special protection of children against abuse, exploitation, and discrimination. It examines, as a matter of data that we use, it examines PSA data, those coming from the Department of Health, and existing policies and legal framework. The analysis or the purpose of the study, it focuses on programmatic data integration and the disconnect between legislative intent and grassroots enforcement of child protection law. Next, please. So a matter of situation there, if we look back at the last decade, we see a roller coaster of statistics. So we peaked at 67,000 mothers in 2015. And while we saw a decline toward 2019, the reality of 2023 has brought us back to a green milestone. There are 54,000 minors that are already head of families, no? According to PSA. This is no longer just a medical statistics, and I think this is a socio-economic disaster. Like every single day, if there are 149 young mothers becoming solo parents, literature would tell us that these girls are effectively locked out of the economy before they have even had the chance not to be part of the economy. We are seeing a generation of children tasked with leading families when they should have led by teachers. This is the defining picture of what we argue in this paper, a national social emergency. Next, please. So the consistent rise of 10 to 14 pregnancy, and this is what we argue in this paper. So parang looking at the paradox in this slide, we are often told that adolescent pregnancy is declining in the Philippines because it is always presented in bulk like 10 to 19. So we can really see the decline. But if we try to clean up the data, we can really see that 14 years old and below is consistently rising. And this is now the main problem. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, we are now at 29 births for every 10,000 girls in this age bracket. So to put that into perspective, every single day in 2023, there were 9 children, again, 9 children who gave birth. Literature tells us that these 10 to 14 are falling through the cracks of one-size-fits-all health policies. They are biologically vulnerable but socially invisible. We cannot claim a national success in reproductive health while the most helpless among us are seeing an upward trend in pregnancy. This is not a success story. It is a call for targeted and age-specific intervention. Next, please. Now, just to show in actual numbers, 10,500 in 2022 and 11,000, almost 500 in 2023. So it is an 8% increase. And in fact, UP Population Institute are still doing an estimate that it will continue to increase unless action is taken. Next, please. Adolescent mothers 10 to 19 face higher risk of, I think we already know this as health practitioners, especially colleagues who are in a clinical setting, of many different risks, preeclampsia, endometritis, systemic infection, and so on and so forth. At the same time, the adolescent mothers face higher risk of low birth weight. Literature is consistent that due to nutritional competition between the child mother and the baby in the womb, that really becomes a growing problem in itself. So these infants born into biological disadvantage, they are more likely to be preterm and face several neonatal conditions. When we see a minor mothers giving birth every day, please consider and take note of this, that we are also seeing infants who are at high risk of stunting and developmental delays. Next, please. Now, let's look at the data in terms of solo parents. So, I'd like to point out that this is also a raw data coming from the PSA, wherein the data shows that we continue to expect families led by minors. And I think this is a problem. If adolescents not addressed, no, at present we're looking at 1.76% of girls 10 to 17 were already solo parents in 2019. In fact, I'd like to quote Dr. Alejandro Hirin from UP School of Statistics. He mentioned in his paper that if we do not address teen pregnancy or adolescent pregnancy, we're actually losing 24 to 42 billion of Philippine or taxpayers' money just to trying to address the problems caused by early pregnancy. Next, please. Now, just to give you an idea who fathered this child pregnancy, as you can see, no, in that red box, only 21 fathers are close or at the same age of those child mothers. So technically speaking, we can see from the spreadsheet itself that these young girls were fathered by males or boys way older than them. Looking on issues of adolescent pregnancy, I think there should be a shift from educating girls to prosecuting the men. We have to police them. Next, please. Now, this is a law, no, a very young law, RA 11648, as I mentioned earlier, an amendment, no, to existing policies, wherein it basically raised the age of consent. It means that sexual contact happens sa 16 and below can be considered statutory rape for following conditions. Say, for example, there is a 3-year age gap. However, I would like to argue as well that we haven't tested this law yet. Assuming that the female is older and then the boy is younger, would we still call that statutory rape? So there are no precedent cases yet. Nonetheless, at least I think by spirit, the intention of the law is to protect young girls. I think protecting younger boys from an older female partner is something that we can argue next time. Next, please. The law also mandates DepEd to at least shift that schools no longer just are places for learning. They should also be legally mandated to become centers of protection. So basically, the DepEd is being required to teach children about their rights and to train every staff member from teachers to administrators on how to identify and report rape. Literature tells us that teachers are our most important gatekeepers. In fact, there are many studies on sexual education that that says that children feels comfortable talking to their parents, but they can't. So they always opt to choose talking with their teachers. Next, please. Now, almost 11,500 live births in 2023 among children below 16 should be considered rape, at least under the RA 11648. However, the number of cases filed is 0. So to summarize, next please. To summarize, more 8 to 16 to consider that the youngest pregnant recorded is 8 years old in the country. So 8 to 16 years old were raped in the Philippines in 2023 than the entire adult female population. 8 to 16 years old girls, risk for rape is 5 times higher than all women and girls. Only 21 fathers of very young adolescent mothers were of the same age. 1,234 fathers of 8 to 14 are aged 17 to 22. All of the above information is in birth certificates received by civil registrars. Most of girls 18 to 14 who became pregnant probably dropped out of school. Most of the girls 18 to 14 who became pregnant were seen by health workers. Most of all, the parents or guardians were aware or became aware of birth. Yet, no one reported a single case under RA 11648. Next slide, please. So, time's up na raw. So, it is our recommendation to follow this results and strategic framework in protecting adolescent girls. That, I'd like to quote, Yusek Perez said, to achieve a well-informed, empowered, and health and responsible adolescents, we need to ensure that the incidence of adolescent pregnancy is reduced, if not zero. This will require preventive and protective strategies from education, access to services, social protection, and economic measures, and equally important, youth participation. Last na po to. In closing, let me quote former Health Secretary Dr. Cabral. Good news, tama nga naman, good news in pregnancy is reducing. However, it's declining, but one pregnant teenager is still one pregnant teenager too many. We are not even counting the unfortunate girls younger than 15 who have become pregnant. They are not many, but each one has a tragic story behind them. They really need our help. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kevin. Panelist? Lungkot sila. Okay, so congratulations, Sir Kevin. Medyo nakakalungkot na. After kanina pag-snore, ngayon naman ay pag-buntis. Okay. And the age is really alarming now. Medyo bumababa siya. But then, have you considered, sir, the profile of the family or the LGU?
We never interviewed anybody. We maximize data from PSA.
Secondary data. Okay.
So basically, one of the limitations, though, is that we have no idea who they are. In fact, we probably missed a lot of pregnancies that were not registered. So technically, we only maximize the information of those young girls whose children were given birth certificates.
Sir, a quick question. Can you, with the secondary data that you have from the PSA, do you see that these particular cases came from the poor of the poorest sector?
There is a data that points out per region, but no data in terms of of income or quintile.
No, okay. Was this high during the pandemic? Or there's like
there was a significant decrease during pandemic, which actually surprised us because it went against the estimates. Kasi we're expecting there should have been an increase on adolescent pregnancies. But what surprised us is after cleaning the data, we saw that there is an increase on younger girls, 14 and below, 10 to 14.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting to know this data because there's also a report from PSA that by 2030, the population of the Philippines will enter the adult stage.
Actually, the replacement rate happened few years back. So from 3 children per family, we're looking at 1.9. So we are at present, we are in an economic window of opportunity for demographic dividend. Like it is as if saying that if we invest on adolescents right now, they improve their education, access to health, social security, and then opportunities for good work. Then in 2030, we're expected to close that window. So if we fail to invest on young people and protect them today, we might miss out the demographic dividend. So it is as if we will lose a lot of gains if we do not protect children today. So I think that is how CPD would frame it.
Thank you. Because sir, if I may also mention this, because I'm also teaching, and majority of the Gen Z, maybe because I'm from a different school, they don't want to bear a child or to have child because they feel like they're just adding burden to the society. Ang mindset ng mga kabataan ngayon, ayaw na mag-anak.
Yes, we understand. Actually, Commission on Population Development has a
Extra lang daw.
yes po, as a qualitative study to understand the demographic shift. And that's correct, sir. It was validated actually that study that young people, millennials and Gen Z generation, most of them thinks more of the quality of life over the burden of entering in a family life. So you're quite right. However, our argument on this paper is that the victims are those with in the more disadvantageous position in terms of power balance. So they are very young. So just try to imagine a 13-year-old girl tapos a boyfriend of like 17 or 18 or even 20 and all.
Sir, just to clarify, so we're talking here about on the policy implementation of the yung sa rate.
Yes, statutory rate.
Or the statutory rate. And when we talk about here the service delivery challenges, what are we talking here about when it comes to service delivery challenges?
Actually, kasi there are no existing concrete policy on how to frame it. This paper was actually used to craft a position paper supporting the new version of the adolescent pregnancy bill. This is the same bill that was ignored during the 19th Congress. At present, to give you an update, if you're interested, it is at the committee level. It was never endorsed yet to the plenary of the House because of the issue with impeachment. Yes, first level pa lang. Pero at least we're happy because it was not desk.
This is
So,
in aid of legislation.
in aid of legislation. So in fact, we're suggesting that the adolescent pregnancy bill should be a bill that would complement the reproductive health law that focuses on the protection. Because during the reproductive health law, the Supreme Court actually said that these minors accessing services should have like parental consent. Pero at that time kasi, Supreme Court argued that there is no emergency. So what we're trying to argue this time, we are looking at an emergency that I think the House should respond to it.
So basically, these service delivery challenges will now inform for another policy implementation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Kevin.
Thank you.
I call on Honey Shell Tolentino. Paper titled Nurses as Agents of Development, Justice in the Philippines, a Public Health Nursing Perspective.
Anong pangalan mo? Si?
Honey Shell Tolentino.
So good afternoon to everybody. After so much information coming from Sir Kevin, I'm very glad that I have the chance to present also the paper that we have done, which is actually the Nurses as Agents of Development Justice, a Public Health Nursing Perspective. I think with this paper, if this would be pursued, if this would be pursued with further research, this would help the concern that presented by Sir Kevin.
Ma'am, nasend mo sa akin? Nandito na. Develop. Ay, ito tama no. Bridging space. Okay. Oh, bakit ganon? Slide 2. Tama. Slide 2. Ano? Slide 2.
Slide 3.
Sige.
Ito pa rin. Tama yan.
Tama pa rin?
Oo, pero slide 2. Slide down.
Yan na lang.
Second slide.
Kasi hindi nakikita sa online. Kaya medyo kailangan i-align. Ay, hindi po siya
Okay, so our
ayan.
paper is entitled
Okay.
Nurses as Agents of Development Justice, a Public Health Nursing Perspective. And this was done by Sir Kevin, myself, and Dr. Nemia. So this is a collaborative work on our end. So slide please. Okay, so for the background, health inequities in the Philippines are rooted in structural inequalities, not just the lack of hospitals and medicines. Poverty, political exclusion, unequal access to resources, and weak governance participation continue to widen health disparities despite disease-focused programs and clinical interventions. Development justice their framework that promotes equitable resource distribution, human rights, participatory governance, and accountability. As frontline community workers, nurses are strategically positioned to nurses are often limited to implementing top-down programs focused on vaccination, treatment, and clinic-based care, which rarely address the root causes of inequities. Nurses are also frequently excluded from policy making and governance, while human rights principles and genuine community participation remain inconsistently practiced. This creates a gap between nursing's commitment to social justice and its actual role in health governance, leading this study to examine how public health nursing can actively promote development justice in the Philippine context. Next slide. So development justice is a framework that promotes fairness in development processes and outcomes. It recognizes that health is shaped not only by healthcare services, but also by economic, political, and environmental and social structures. This framework emphasizes equitable distribution of resources, protection of human rights, meaningful community participation, and transparency and accountability. From a nursing perspective, development justice shifts the role of nurses from simply delivering services towards advocating for systemic and structural change. So our central question was, how can public health nursing practice advance development justice by addressing social determinants of health and fostering equitable health governance in the Philippines? To answer this question, this paper examined 6 major gaps: limited development justice framing in nursing. Number 2, service delivery focused healthcare programs, limited recognition of nurses as policy actors, weak integration of human rights, tokenistic community participation, and workforce development gaps. So these gaps became the basis of our analysis and recommendations. So this paper is a perspective review based on peer-reviewed literature, policy documents, and professional nursing standards. The discussion was guided by 3 major frameworks. First, the social determinants of health framework, which explains how health outcomes are influenced by social and economic conditions. Second, the human rights-based approach, which emphasizes dignity, participation, non-discrimination, and accountability. And third, the participatory governance framework, which focuses on meaningful community engagement and shared decision-making. The analysis was also anchored on the International Council of Nurses Code of Ethics, which highlights nursing responsibilities in advocacy, equity, and social justice. So our findings showed that development justice is still rarely integrated into nursing practice. Although nursing values equity and human rights, these principles are often discussed theoretically rather than applied in practice. Philippine health programs also remain focused on downstream interventions such as disease treatment and clinic-based services. While important, these approaches do not adequately address structural determinants like poverty, poor housing, limited education, and political exclusion. Sustainable health improvement requires multi-sectoral action, community engagement, and structural reforms. This means nurses should not only provide care, but also help address the root causes of inequity. The review of these literatures
further revealed that nurses remain underrepresented in policymaking and governance despite being the largest health workforce. Institutional hierarchies, limited policy training, and weak organizational support continue to restrict their participation. Human rights principles are also inconsistently integrated into practice, even though health should be treated as a fundamental human right. The International Council of Nurses Code of Ethics emphasizes nurses' responsibilities in social justice, advocacy, and human rights protection. Therefore, strengthening nurses' leadership, policy literacy, advocacy skills is essential in advancing development justice. Beyond policy participation, communities themselves must also become active in governance. So additional concerns were also identified. Authentic community participation and workforce transformation are necessary. Our review found that community participation in many health programs remain tokenistic. So tokenistic would mean like we just participate, they just see us, but we're not really an integral part of the decision-making process. So communities are often consulted but are rarely given real influence over planning, budgeting, implementation, and evaluation. Authentic participation requires shared power, accountability, and recognition of community knowledge. Nurses can play a major role in facilitating community engagement and empowering local participation. The final gap involves workforce development. So current nursing education still prioritizes technical and clinical competencies more than leadership, systems thinking, advocacy, and social justice. So to prepare nurses as agents of development justice, nursing education must integrate policy analysis, human rights, social determinants of health, community mobilization, and leadership development. This transformation is necessary for nurses to effectively influence structural change. So a transformed nursing framework is really needed. So the 6 identified gaps are interconnected. Overall, the review suggests that nursing should no longer be viewed solely as a technical profession implementing predetermined programs. Instead, nurses should be recognized as advocates for health equity, policy actors, community mobilizers, human rights defenders, and leaders in systems transformation. Achieving this requires coordinated reforms in nursing education, workforce development, health governance, and community participation. A development justice framework allows nursing practice to move from reactive service delivery towards proactive structural transformation. So in conclusion, systemic transformation is necessary. Advancing public health nursing towards development justice requires simultaneous investment in educational reform, stronger health systems, and community empowerment. Nursing and organizations must actively advocate for health equity and social justice. Health should be recognized and protected as a constitutional and human right, and nurses are uniquely positioned to become key agents of structural and policy transformation because of their close engagement with communities and their ethical commitment to advocacy. Ultimately, achieving equitable health outcomes in the Philippines and globally requires deliberate and systemic transformation. So in closing, I would like to leave this for us to think about. Development justice is not only a policy agenda, it is also a nursing responsibility. So these are the references. So we evaluated more than 50 references for this one. These are the more significant references. So for Thompson et al., which directly links public health nursing with advocacy and health equity, which strongly aligns with development justice. Weiss et al. Focuses on nurses addressing social determinants of health, central to the development justice and public health nursing. Slemon et al., which provides a theoretical foundation for understanding social justice in nursing practice. Doxin et al., which connects nursing practice with universal healthcare in the Philippine context, making it highly applicable to development justice. And Pacquiao et al., which integrates population, health, social determinants, social justice, core pillars of development justice from the nursing perspective. And in acknowledgement, I would like to say thank you to Sir Kevin, Ma'am Nemia, our dean for the College of Nursing, Dr. Reyes, and for our RDPO for giving us the opportunity to present this paper. Thank you.
Wow, less than 10 minutes. Okay, panelists, for your question and recommendation. Okay, congratulations, Dr. Hani Gio, okay, for the presentation. If I may ask, have you incorporated also a statistics about the grade in the Philippines with regards to the nurses?
It was part of the literature, okay, but it was the literature basically focused on I understanding how nurses okay, would be involved in pursuing or advocating for the so at this point, it's just a journal review, but we are looking at pursuing this into a better study or qualitative study because we know that we have to have a very good basis for curriculum development. And maybe since I still have that's 1 minute left.
Yeah, you still have 45 seconds.
Yeah, 45 seconds. So, if I may ask, how many of us here are nurses? May I see a raise of hands? Okay. I think earlier we had. So, sa akin lang po, the reason why we are pursuing this one, because we know that since the nurses are at the front line, the constraint that I identified, that were identified by Sir Kevin before, is we can mobilize the nurses at the community level because our responsibility is basically preventive and promotive health. And that includes actually helping also we have what we call the community organizing and participatory action research. We actually empower the community to take care of them and to the community is healthy. So from that perspective, we would like to pursue this study further so that we can raise this into a more substantive research so that this could be a basis for policy education and curriculum research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Anichel. I call on Dr. Nemia. Dr. Nemia Alamboyugan to present the paper Self-Regulated Learning and Self-Efficacy as Influences on Nursing Students' Competencies.
No. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. So good day to everyone. So I'm Dr. Nemia Alamboyugan. I'm here to present our study entitled Self-Regulated Learning and Self-Efficacy as Influence on Nursing Students' Competencies. So this study is focused on how the nursing students' ability to manage their own learning and performing tasks influence their overall nursing competence.
Medyo nagulod lang.
So the background of the study is the healthcare provides today is So the background of study is the healthcare is today's requires nursing students to become clinically competent and capable of providing safe and quality patient care. However, many newly graduated nurses are still perceived to lack sufficient clinical competence. And it's very sad for this particular, that is the reason why I choose this study. So the study shows that two important factors affecting the competency are self-regulated learning and self-efficacy. Rather, to have the self-regulated learning refers to the ability of the students to plan, monitor, and evaluate their own learning. While self-efficacy refers to their confidence in performing
Rinisik mo lang yung ano yung medyo okay.
So students high self-regulated learning are usually more motivated and goal-oriented
while the students with high self-efficacy tend to show better confidence, resilience, and decision-making skills. And because of this, the study is also aimed to determine the influence of self-regulated learning and self-efficacy on the competencies of the nursing students as assessed by the students and the faculty members. Right? In methodology, these studies utilize a descriptive correlational research design. The respondents included 195 nursing students and 62 faculty members from 3 universities from Luzon, Philippines. And the simple random sampling and the Stowings formula were used in selecting respondents. Data were gathered through online survey, questionnaires, measuring the self-regulated learning and self-efficacy and nursing competency, because this study is done during the pandemic. So the instruments is underwent validations and reliability testing and obtained a Cronbach's alpha of 0.992, indicating the excellent reliability. So the ethical considerations as uninformed consent, confidentiality, and anonymity were also observed. Next slide. So for the statistical treatment, the researchers used the frequency and the percentage, the weighted mean, t-test, and z-test to analyze the collected data. So these statistical tools help determine the level of self-regulated learning, self-efficacy, nursing competencies, and the significant differences and relationships among the variables. Next slide. Okay, so the results and of self-regulated learning skills, for self-regulated learning skills, the results shows that nursing students demonstrated positive self-regulated learning behaviors, and the highest rated dimensions were learning goals and, of course, the self-reflection, which means the students were able to set goals, they seek feedback, and evaluate their own learning progress. Meanwhile, the experiential learning is received the lowest assessment, suggesting that students may still need more hands-on learning opportunities and the practical exposure. Next slide. So what are the significant difference in self-regulated learning? So the computed p-values were higher than the critical p-values in all dimensions. So this indicates a significant difference between the assessment of faculty members and students regarding the self-regulated learning skills. So this finding also suggests that the faculty and students may have different perceptions when evaluating students' learning behaviors and academic engagement. Next slide. So the results for self-efficacy of the nursing students. So the findings reveal that nursing students demonstrated high self-efficacy overall. So the highest rated indicator was environmentally responsible practices, showing that students were confident in maintaining safe and responsible nursing practices. So on the other hand, the research engagement obtained the lowest rating, indicating that students will need more support and exposure in research-related activities. Next slide. So the significant difference in self-efficacy, so the computed p-values was higher than the critical p-value. So this means there was a significant difference between the assessment of the faculty and students regarding self-efficacy. So the results suggest students and faculty members may differ in how they perceive the students' confidence and ability to perform nursing tasks. So next slide. Okay, so we have our nursing student competencies. So the results show that nursing students were assessed. Okay, so the nursing student competencies, the results show that nursing students were assessed as highly competent in terms of knowledge, skills, attitude, and values and motivations. So among the domains, the motivations received the highest overall rating. So particularly this indicating that students are very highly driven and committed to their nursing responsibilities. So overall, the findings suggest the students possess strong competencies needed in nursing education and practice. Next slide, please. The relationship between the self-efficacy and competence. The computed t-square value was higher than the tabular t-square value. So this indicates a significant relationship between self-efficacy and the nursing competence. The findings imply that the students who have higher confidence in their abilities or were likely to demonstrate the better nursing competencies in knowledge, skills, and professional behavior. Right. So in conclusion, okay, the nursings demonstrated high self-efficacy and strong competencies in knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values and motivations. So the study also found that significant differences between the faculty and the student assessment of self-regulated and self-efficacy. So more importantly, self-efficacy was found to have a significant relationship with nursing competence, highlighting the importance of confidence in improving students' performance. So we come out of this study with the recommendations based on the findings. So the study recommends strengthening, next slide. Okay. So based on the findings, the study recommends strengthening the self-regulated learning and self-efficacy through structured clinical exposure, simulation-based activities, continuous feedback, and reflective practice. Because the nursing educator should be also provide supportive learning environments that enhance their confidence, critical thinking, and practical competencies. Additionally, the integrations of the artificial intelligence or the AI tools, such as the virtual simulations and AI assisted is the tutoring is recommended to improve experiential learning and competency development. And soon to be my another research to be coming is regarding with the AI tools, because we have also come out with our what do you call this, the oil prices during that time this year. So I think it's a very timely and relevant. And lastly, the proposed student development program may be implemented to continuously support the student academic, clinical, and professional growth. And of course, this is provided text. So the study findings and the recommendations which focus on enhancing the nursing students' competencies, competence, and experiential learning and directly align also with our SDG number 3 that we have our good health and well-being. Because by aiming to improve the quality and the performance of the healthcare professionals, and of course, the SDG number 4, the quality education, by advocating for structured, supportive, and innovative learning environments will also foster that the critical thinking and the practical practices for this particular is also skills in higher education. Somehow and somewhere, nursing is relevant and having nurses international twin. So rather than that is our today, we are the angels without wings. Okay, so heroes not always wearing capes, but also wearing our we had our white uniform. So particularly, in spite of that, we have our artificial intelligence nowadays, and we have our robotics. Sabi nga ni Rosano Loxi, one of the philosophers, nursing is an art, and nursing is caring, and caring is technology. But definitely, after how many years, kahit na 2,000 years pa, still the nurses, we have a tender love and care. Thank you very much for your time and that question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelia Rebuyugin. Panelists, you may have the floor.
Okay, congratulations, Dr. Nelia.
Yes,
Okay. Are you planning to incorporate it also in your curriculum? Say, for example, are you going to revise curriculum in order to capture the competence?
Yes,
that the
definitely.
students are? Yes.
Especially the World City College is one of the best simulations laboratory. The reason why I'm here also to come up this kind of this paper is really timely. Kaya nga may 2.0 no? Sabi ko nga, wow. Because one of our collaborations lecture research in Canada, because of the post-pandemic, what after. So the next is our content 2.0 is the crisis. So definitely one of the best in school in university. I'm very grateful and very proud to be part of these colleges of World City Colleges because
mentor.
As part of my siguro in Philippines lang is one of number one because we have our high simulations laboratory. Particularly, we call that our AI, no? Talagang meron kaming high-tech technology na parang sa amin lang ata, kung meron bang school dito. But definitely, we have a very robotics na kahit na hindi nag-aano ang mga estudyante, nag-aano tuloy, sorry for the word, despite that we have our online no, na teaching methodology, we see that our nurses are globally and very competitive internationally, not only in Philippines, but still the mission and the vision of the World City Colleges is definitely we share to only not in the Philippines, not only the Philippines, but the whole world. Thank you. Yes. That is because I think, parang nalibot ko na ata mga schools. And, yes, we have our, we have BCC, kahit hindi pa pinapanganak, kalmado na ang bata, kayang-kaya na magpaanak kahit sa aming mga robotics there. And we have our, yes, ayun po ang number one impact in World City Colleges. So, yun po. Kaya right now, I think we have 13 sections. Nag-start kami during the pandemic 18 kasi pumasok ko para 2 sections and we are very proud that we have our 13 sections and I think it is a collaboration with also the AI. So particular, we have also very yung mga faculty and development is important level and like this one. So I'm very grateful to be part of this. Thank you. Time up na daw. Yes, ma, sir.
Yeah, let's burn the midnight
Yes,
oil. Okay.
okay.
Right. So, ma'am, I just have a quick question and maybe a follow-up quickly. How did you operationalize the constructs of the study? Do you have like an accord framework for this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What was the framework used?
Actually, we have our competency of this particular self-efficacy and learning competency. So I think because I'm also a tourist TFN professor here in World City College, so I'm planning also. Sabi nga, parang gusto ko ng kuha ng tourist and parang gusto ko mahilera sa aking mga tita-tinang. So I think that is also conceptual framework.
What was extended, ma'am? What was added into the framework that makes it your own?
Also, we have published internationally, not only in the Philippines. It's also aligning with our AI because these tools are significantly not using the AI, but definitely I can correlate in our framework like in AI. So ito po yung added ko po.
Okay. Ma'am, very quick comment.
Yes,
and maybe you can
yes,
look at
yes,
this.
yes.
Not really how do I say this? Not that it's more of a constructive one.
Can I
Yes, ma'am.
can I sorry?
Sure po. The internal consistency or the Cronbach's alpha is 0.992, which means it's good. However, a very high Cronbach's alpha also mean item redundancy and response bias. Baka you can look into that.
Yeah, I will.
Kasi if the intention is to publish this, merong high collinearity na tinatawag, no? Baka madock kayo for that. So perhaps you can visit that.
Yes, sir.
And when you compute for the Cronbach's alpha, you can do it per variable or per construct.
Okay. Noted, sir. Thank you very much. Well noted, po, sir.
Just to add,
Yes, po.
congratulations.
Yes, thank you, sir.
This is very important, especially self-regulated kasi this is something we are moving forward to the future of education.
Yes, of course.
That learners, we should not be constricted only on pedagogical assumptions. No, we should move forward through pedagogy and andragogy. That's why self-regulated learning is very important. Just want to for the improvement of your paper, because you mentioned there that there is a correlation between the competencies and the self-regulated and self-regulated and self-efficacy. Now, what was only presented was only the chi-square result, only the chi-square result, the result of your T-critical and the tabulated one. But it was not also reflected the magnitude and the strength, the magnitude of the association, and the second one, the direction of the association. So it's very important because in your conclusion you mentioned that the higher the self-regulation of the students, the higher the competency, etc. But it was not mirrored. No? The result for magnitude and the direction was not reflected in the result. So maybe you can reflect that so that it can substantiate your conclusion. And then also, since this is as part of your ethics, as part of the ethics of your paper, maybe you can also put that the administered questionnaire is self-reported. No, self-reported. Ibig sabihin, ito yung napansin ng bata sa kanyang self-regulation at sa kanyang self-efficacy. So that you can also limit the personal bias of the respondents, no, as part of your ethical consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, well noted po.
Quickly, if I may also suggest, if you're working on a framework and you want to run everything up in one sitting, I would suggest you use the partially square structural equation of modeling. That would definitely help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nemia. Let us proceed to technical session 2, where we can really very fast on this. We would like to invite Sir Patrick Pascasio to present a paper titled Mapping Undergraduate Psychology Research Outputs Using Latent Direct Allocation, Curriculum Alignment with SHED Program
Anong title na?
Outcomes. Mapping Undergraduate Psychology Research.
Pascasio po. Pascasio. Sige. Parang na-download ko siya. Medyo kon lang siya kasi ano. Hindi ko ba itong kulay? Ito ba, sir? Ito, LDA. Okay. Hindi pa naman nag-start. Okay, sige sir. Simulan mo na introduction. Papunta na lang po sa time.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Patrick B. Pascasio. I'll be presenting the research entitled Mapping Undergraduate Research Outputs Using Latent Direct Allocation, a Curriculum Alignment with SHED Programs. So, the corresponding author is Mr. Padolina. We are from 3 different departments in World City, Department of College of Medical Technology, RDPO, and College of Arts and Science. So, quality education is a never-ending pursuit for higher education institutions. So, one of the objectives for our local institution is that it increases competency-based outcomes and evidence-based curriculum and evaluation. Our focus for this study are the undergraduate psychology program, BSNTP. So those programs are expected to demonstrate research, analytical, and applied competencies aligned with SHED standards. SHED stands for Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines. So there are a lot of big data surrounding these different programs. Large collections of student research outputs require systematic and scalable analytical approaches. Next. So why LDA? So latent direct allocation is a widely used probabilistic model that assumes each document is a mixture of underlying topics, and each topic is a distribution over words. By fitting an LDA model to a corpus or the research database that we have, researchers can rapidly summarize the main themes in the data, effectively enabling conceptual comprehension of large text collections. Such techniques have been proven valuable in educational and psychological research contexts. So the research objective is to identify latent themes within undergraduate psychology thesis abstracts using LDA. So to determine which best topic model we use coherence, log livelihood, and perplexity. So we also need to assess if the research outputs are aligned with the child psychology program outcomes. Next, please. So for our methodology, we applied a quantitative descriptive design using text mining and topic modeling. LTA transformed unstructured qualitative data into a quantitative data that can be mined. So the database we have is the 31 undergraduate psychology thesis abstracts only. It ranges from 2018 to 2025. The software we use is the R program, which is a open source statistical program. The topic modeling procedure, we use coherence, log likelihood, and perplexity. The results show the 15 topic model, which will be discussed later. So to evaluate the curriculum alignment, the generated LDA topics were mapped against the competency areas and expected outcomes identified in CHED's policy and standards for undergraduate psychology programs. So the mapping process examined whether the identified latent themes reflected research and analytical competencies, application of psychological theories and principles, ethical and professional awareness, critical and evidence-based thinking, interpersonal and communication skills, and holistic understanding of psychological functioning. Next. So for the results, the figure represents the average document to topic weight, which also shows the gamma value for each of the 15 identified topics. In LDA, the gamma values represent the degree to which a document is associated with a specific topic. So higher mean gamma values indicate that the topic appears more consistently and prominently across the corpus of the abstract. Looking at the overall data among the identified themes, topics related to interpersonal relationships, emotional affect, resilience, student well-being, and healthcare concerns demonstrated relatively higher average gamma values. Although looking at the figure, you can see the yellow vertical horizontal bar there. It shows that it has the highest gamma value. Although for these topics, the topics were summarized into 3 keywords. So the highest gamma value topic is topic 8, which shows that student, college, and world for the summarized keywords among the abstracts, although that only tells us about the respondents of the abstract and their researchers. So student being their research participants, college being the level of the participants, and world specifying their research locale. So the figure displays that the most probable words associated with each Latin topic. So after modeling the 15 outcomes, it shows the four common words. So the terminologies provide semantic evidence for how the model interpreted and clustered the abstracts into psychologically meaningful topics. So several notable thematic structures emerge. So topics containing words such as stress, coping, anxiety, resilience, and well-being reflect the mental health and adaptive functioning. So themes involving communication, relationships, behavior, and social interactions indicate strong emphasis on interpersonal and developmental psychology. I apologize for the small font of my papers. So the identified constructs also correspond to major domains within psychology, education, and research. So importantly, the consistency of these terminologies demonstrates that the undergraduate thesis outputs contain meaningful conceptual structures rather than random or fragmented themes. So this supports the validity of the LDA model or 15 topic model and strengthens the argument that student research reflects core psychological competencies. Next. So the figure shows the heat map. So this heat map illustrates the dominant topic distributions across individual thesis abstracts. So the bright or high intensity cells indicate stronger alignment between a document and a particular topic. So the results indicate several important observations. So it shows strong thematic focus, distinct topic separations. You can see this is on the y-axis shows all the documents that we inserted in the LDA topic model. And then the x-axis shows all the topics modeled by the LDA. So it also shows interdisciplinary relationships. So even though the psychology research outputs revolve around the three domains of educational psychology, industrial psychology, and abnormal psychology, they still shows that they have a interdisciplinary relationship. So this figure demonstrates that the corpus or the thesis database contains well-defined and psychologically meaningful thematic categories. This supports the reliability of the topic modeling process and suggests that undergraduate research outputs are sufficiently specialized and academically structured. So this figure shows that several topics achieve relatively high coherence scores. So particularly those associated with interpersonal understanding, that is topic 11, healthcare and wellness, coping mechanisms, emotional affect, and student development. So the overall coherence results support the appropriateness of the 15-topic model and indicate that the LDA algorithm successfully extracted meaningful latent structures from the thesis abstracts. Next, please. See, the following three figures will be the evaluation of the 15-topic the final model. So this graph shows the coherence across candidates of K values. This presents the coherence scores across different candidate topic numbers or the K values. So it also demonstrates that the coherence scores peak around the selected model configuration and remains stable, relatively stable near K15. Although the peak shows here is at the 10 topic model. This suggests that the 15 topic model achieve an effective balance between specificity and interpretability. So next. So we base the 15 topic model on the subsequent results, like this figure, the log likelihood across candidate values. So it shows the log likelihood improved substantially as the number of topics increase before stabilizing around the selected topic range. So the trend of this figure indicates that increasing the number of topics initially enhanced the model's ability to capture the various themes within the thesis abstracts. Although beyond a certain point, improvements became minimal, suggesting diminishing returns in model complexity. So next, complexity. Perplexity measures how well the model predicts unseen data. So it also shows here that the combination of relatively high coherence, improved likelihood, and lower perplexity still points at the 15 topic model. So for conclusion, next week. The study demonstrated the effectiveness of LPA in evaluating the thematic alignment of undergraduate psychology research outputs with the competency outcomes based on the CHET CMO. So the identified topics reflected key psychological domains. So the coherence, log likelihood, and perplexity measures the supported validity of the 15-topic model. So next, please. So for the recommendations, we had a limitation. So we only collected the thesis abstracts to minimize the potential ethical risk of continuing to send the research local or the research participants. So for future researchers, we recommended that they expand their future analysis different programs such as those offered by our local institutions, or apply this LDA to the full text thesis and multi-institutional data sets. So they could also benefit from exploring advanced topic modeling such as per topic and structural topic modeling. So also, lastly, the office and the administration of our local institutions could benefit from integrating machine learning analytics such as LTA into curriculum quality assurance initiatives. That's all about it.
Thank you, Sir Patrick. My 2 seconds.
For Q&A.
Panelists, you may ask questions and your recommendations, please.
Congratulations, Patrick, no, for very very psychometric in nature. Psychometric. But I admire that you mentioned in your recommendation to make use of the burn acting. Because remember that LDA is only used for what? For latent tapping. These are hidden in nature. Unlike in the burn tapping, you can make use of the semantic structure. No, that there is a meaning na.
Existing.
Yes. Kasi ang iyong study, you talk about the program curriculum alignment with shared program outcomes. Which an outcome has already its own meaning. Okay. But for the topic itself, the topic has no meaning at all. That's why it's latent, it's hidden. Diba? Kaya nga sa mga latent, may tinatawag tayong mga latent variables, diba? In psychology. So that's good again that you mentioned about the bird topic. And then I was looking at Sana, but what was the map out? No? Because you mentioned there are 15 topics. 15 K topics, tama ba?
Yes.
Topics. So topics, in essence, this kind of topic, what were mapped out on the program outcomes? Meron ba? Halimbawa, itong topic na to, saan program outcome siya ng Gen Align? Is there's something like that?
We tried grouping it. It only applied to few of the outcomes.
Can you
So,
meron ba? Wala no?
Most lang po sa psychological theories and principles.
So,
puro ganun.
So, dapat talaga na
per
topic yung ginamit. Kasi nga, again,
may existing na comparison.
Yes. Thank you.
To add lang that po, sir, actually this is just a continuation of Sir Padolina's research on medical technology abstracts. And right now, we only discuss about SDA.
One of the limitations na nakita ko is because you only make use of how many
abstracts?
31
only.
31 only, and there are only few words that you can, di ba?
Yes po.
Yeah, isa din yun sa limitation ng LDA. So dapat at least sana, if you make use of the LDA, sana mas maraming paper na, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, hi. I'm glad that you have used R because I observed that a few researchers use R because of its complexity and it has a lot of bugs. But thank you for using R. Reminds me of my PhD days.
Sir, to be completely honest, I'm not the one who did the
coding.
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's Sir Padolina. And he just discussed it too.
Yeah, because I'm using R Commander back then.
Yes.
But I want to know, since you have 31 abstracts only, did you separate BS and AB psychology, or
sir.
it's just general psychology?
On EDPS, because that is the only program offered in our institution.
Okay. Because you have to be specific, because clinical is different from industrial, right?
Yes. Although their topics all revolve, some of their topics.
So I want to know the implications of the study, given but before going to the implication, what was the status quo? Ano bang gap meron right now that could be addressed by your paper?
Right now, sir, from the information and search engines that is available for me, I only found one study that applied LDA to psychology educational researchers.
So you want to champion the use of LDA in research papers?
Yes.
More on technicalities.
Yes, sir, because the data we have in our office, the research, we have a lot of abstract, and some of them we can find a good or great utilization for the data that we have.
Yes. With that being said, who will be the stakeholders or the audience of this kind of research?
Right now, sir, I think for the ARQUAT visits in our institution to confirm that because we treat thesis like the a culmination of all their applied learnings, and if we think that their theses are aligned with the mandated by the CHED, we find that
But is it a preparation for AUN, ACSB, ano ba? For accreditation purposes?
No, sir. We just like to apply it for now for each program because as mentioned earlier, we all Sir Badolina already did the study on medical technology and they have a lot of abstract. But in the future, we would like to apply this study in the College of Nursing because they have the bulk of the research.
Perhaps you can expand. I haven't seen your paper, but perhaps you can expound on the usefulness of this
Yes.
in terms of curriculum development and how it can help your institution in terms of, making your research output more visible.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Patrick. Okay, at this point, we would like to welcome Sir Literio Gagami to present a paper titled Code Mentor Plus Pro Intelligent Learning Management and Adaptive Programming Assessment System. Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Kaya naman na nagpa-flash naman sa screen. Okay. Okay, sir.
All right, you ready?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lutero Gagami. You can call me Blitz. I will present the Code Mentor Plus Pro. It's intelligent learning management and adaptive program assessment system. Next slide. So, this system is help the student how to write and output a proper coding in terms of programming. So, the rationale for innovations, we have two factors. First is traditional challenges. Second is accessibility. So, in traditional challenges, conventional teaching method, it's very struggle to us, especially checking step-by-step codings if you are IT students, and also the manual gradings because you need to what do you call this check line by line of set of codes. Then also the student is acknowledging a bad habit as a programmers. So second is the platform accessibility, which is many existing professional codings. Tools are behind paywalls, creating barriers for students. There is critical needs for integrated, free-to-use automated assessment hub. Okay, what is Code Mentor Plus Pro? A comprehensive web application designed to medyo bulol. To revolutionize programming education through instant feedback and auto grading. Code Mentor built with React, Node.js, and MySQL. So React is a programming language used for cross-platform, which is web and mobile applications. Also, the Node.js is also a JavaScript codings for use cross-platforms, web and mobile applications. The MySQL is called database system. So we use that to build the Code Mentor. The system integrated the Piston API to execute and evaluate codes across multiple languages in real time. Next. Okay. Theoretical foundations. We have three factors on this. We have behaviorism, constructivism, and learning analytics. So first, the behavioralism is learning through reinforcement, immediate feedback, via auto-grading, support, and correct response. Second is constructivism is learning by doing interactive exercises allow the students to build knowledge through their experience via codings. Lastly is learning analytics, data-driven insight, identify areas of needs and allow to a personalized adaptive learning journey. All right, to understand the behavior structures, first process is stimulus, which is the instructor give problems or exercises to a student. Next process, the student is response to code submissions. Is either test or another code problems. Third is intermediate feedback or auto grading system. Then, when we reach the reinforcement, we have a two output, which is the correct or wrong. If the students teach the correct, positive feedback and the score is passed. If the wrong, error messages or the student failed the test given to them. But as you can see, it's either of two is ending on the same amount of process, which is learning improvement or skill development in coding. Okay, to understand this second theories, which is this is the process. So as you can see, this is a straight through. The last slides is a used flowchart, but this is a straight through process. So the student active learner. Next process is hands-on coding and activities. So the instructor give the test or cases problems providing code to students. Then next is exploration and problem solving. Next is feedback from systems or error results. The lastly is knowledge construction. Student builds on understanding in a different programming language. Next is IPO model framework, which is input, process, output. So, input, student or instructors entering a data is either programming exercises or programming lessons. So, they have test cases, technical stuff, different on the programming language they use. Then process is exercise creation code execution via Piston API. Piston API we use integrated this application for automated grading and analytics visualization. Then the output is the feedback, monitoring dashboard, improve programming skills. Okay. Research methodology. This only is design and system performance matrix. Okay, participant profile. Actually, we have a total respondents, which is 40. And this is for diversity experience level. Our participants split by 2. 65. 65. So, 65% by male and 35% by female participants. Then, 47.5%, which is the classified intermediate by 3 over 5 platforms. So next is 97.5 students. All of them are end users. Next. Okay, functional evaluations is this is our basic matrix. We consider two matrix categories, indicator details, mean scores, and interpret interpretations. Sorry. So as you can see, they have functionalities, usabilities, securities, and maintainabilities. So for functionalities with accuracy and uh, completeness of features, we have mean score 3.82, and the interpretations is excellent. Actually, this is credited by ISO. Next is usability, interface, design, and learning abilities. That's also our score. Get it from the ISO. Then security, data confidentiality and authenticity. We reach 3.586 score. And also the maintainability is moderate and testability of codes. We reach a 3.384.
That's 2 minutes.
Yes, that's okay, this is the benchmark. So the platform achieved a grand mean score, which is 3.84 over 4 indicators of superior super quality across all indicators. Then also this is over platform quality based on the ISO standard. Next one.
Wala naman.
Then for platform features, we use Monaco Code Editor for the IDE experience in every browsers. Next is instant evaluation, automated test case execution for real-time gradings. And also RBAC system is for security. And also multiple language or multi-language because we use a Python, programming language, Java, C++, JavaScript, and PHP.
Thank you.
And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kakami. Others, you may have the floor.
Okay, so congratulations, Sir Dagami. Nawala na yung kama ni Sir. Tapos si Sir. Tapos na. And congratulations. Okay, I only have one question. So, how does the Code Mentor Pro system handle the different levels of students' proficiency in real time?
All right, ma'am. As I said earlier po, these applications reveal the intelligence. So the student interacted inside these applications using the Monaco IDE. The Monaco IDE is used to detect or to respond to the students how they fit in their programming language in a different programming language.
Thank you.
A quick question. What was the were you able to test this initially, the program, or this is still in?
Yes, actually we have a prototype testing in WCC. So we find out na okay naman siya for applications by student and instructor for the different programming language.
Is it unique to your university or college, or you're adapting the same system from another system or another university?
No, actually it's unique for WCC.
Okay.
They build this kind of application to help us, especially students, to learning certain programming language. Because programming language is not easy subject as an IT. Then also help din po siya sa mga katulad ng instructor to detect that kind of error and how to manage their
In this day and age of AI, how do you make this code mentor pro relevant?
Actually magkaiba po sila. Si AI, like ChatGPT, pag nag-type tayo ng questions, which yung binibigay niya hindi naman eksakto. Ang code mentor po kasi, ang tawag po namin dito is IntelliSense. It's different for AI technology. IntelliSense po kasi is dinedetect niya yung error ng specific programming language. For example, you use JavaScript, Visual Basic, something like that. Na-detect niya yung mismo syntax error ng structure ng programming. Then, ChatGPTs kasi, kahit tayo pwede tayo gawin ChatGPTs, Gemini, Copilot, para mag-provide ng different problem and solutions sa atin, but not exactly. But mentor kasi is, ina-align niya yung mga student to write a proper coding system.
This is the correct coding. It's like Grammarly for code or for coding.
Something like that, sir. But it's a different.
Okay. Sir Warbon?
Sir, can you go back to your input process output just to have a good grasp of okay. That's creation. So what do you really want to measure at the end of this research study? Is it the use of Code Mentor Pro as an intervention for, let's say, enhancing students' skills in programming, or the development of the
In-effect na po ba siya?
of the LMS?
So far, it's only a prototype. This is because this is a thesis project of our student. Then continuously developing, because we gathered only a 3 programming language, which is JavaScript, something like that. But we need to expand for the use for our students.
So basically, you just wanted to improve the programming skills of the students using the Code Mentor Pro. Tama ba?
Yes, sir. And also, dapat mas naiintindihan. Kasi iba po yung parang ini-enhance yung skills dun sa naiintindihan talaga.
Okay, so were you able to have a baseline data of their understanding on coding prior to intervention of Code Mentor Pro, and then were you able to do post-evaluation of the understanding of the students after using the Code Mentor Pro?
Okay, sir. Kasi pag manual checking siya, is pwede siyang i-intervene ng different person. Because, programming languages has many and millions combination of codes. And programming Code Mentor Pro, ni-indicate niya lang yung specific na pwede mong gamitin doon sa specific problem na binibigay sa.
Sige. Kasi ang isang output mo is improve programming skills.
Yeah.
So were there skills improved?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, when you go back to the flowchart, is either magawa niyang tama or magkamali siya o mag-fail sa exam. Yung mismo last process niya is may way siya para maintindihan yung codings and improve this case. Next, kapag
Kasi ang in-evaluate is the functional, yung in-evaluate mo kasi doon, functional evaluation of the Code Mentor Pro, tama? Hindi yung skills ng bata, tama po ba? Yeah.
Yeah.
So parang clear lang sa akin. Thank you. English.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Sir Dagdami. Okay, we have come to the last presenter. Finally, kayo na po, Ma'am Marian Sheena A. Loria, to present Reshaping Security Operations Centers, the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing IPv4 network security through multi-source log integration. What's his name? Ma'am Marian Sheena A. Loria.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marian Sheena Aragon Loria. Actually po, I come from Albay, from Bicol.
Sige, nagahang lang, pero go lang.
Sige po. My title of my research paper entitled Reshaping Security Operations Centers, the Role of AI in Enhancing IPv4 Network Security Through Multi-Source Log Integration. So along with me are my co-authors, Dr. Ian P. Benitez, Dr. Chalice D. Omorog. They are professors from Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges in Laboa, Camarines Sur, Philippines, and Mr. Bayani Benjamin R. Lara from the Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, or DOST ASTI. So, by the way, I came from Department of Science and Technology, Regional Office number 5 in Legazpi City. And I am pursuing my master's in IT sa Camarines Sur Polytechnic College.
Ulit kang mama nag
Can you start naman?
Okay, it's a problem. Despite there are transitioning from IPv6, IPv6 is more on the 5G, is more on the network in which you use in deploying sensors. The IPv4 is the one that we are connected right now. So IPv4 remain the dominant protocol in many government as well as network, enterprise network, most especially here in the Philippines. Legacy IPv4 networks are primarily targets for port scanning, DOS or denial of service, malware, and unauthorized access. And as a team po coming from the Security Operations Center or the IT who handles the massive volume of tools in fragmented visibility and entities. Before I implemented I built the framework, I conduct a survey to professionals in the Bicol. So, and while using the IPv4, while there are top three the bottleneck first is the manual coordination. Next is the delayed response because as a network engineer, as network security professional, we are using many tools. And then these tools, meron po itong different logs. So with the use of that's the problem that I'm about to solve or I'm going to address with this paper. And then one of the objective first is to design and evaluate an AI-driven IPv4 network monitoring framework that integrates multi-source security logs to enhance threat detection between SOCs. And next, to evaluate the both supervised and unsupervised artificial intelligence models for identifying IPv4-based cyber or network security threats. And lastly, to incorporate explainable AI, ang ginamit ko po na model is SHAP, and LLM-assisted contextual analysis to improve naman yung SOC operational efficiency and strengthen yung network IPv4 network security. Next slide. So this is the methodology. So this study used and applied developmental research design with a gray box testing approach following a modified system development model to design and build and evaluate an AI-driven security framework. So quantitative evaluation was performed using standard machine learning metrics such as precision, recall, F1 score, inter-rater agreement. Bali may mga parameters po akong sinet doon sa model to supplement by comparative analysis across 3 model families and case study analysis of representative incidents detected in the live data. So ito po, meron po akong ginawang 6 phases. First is the data collection. So I collect logs from the firewall, from the IDS, which is the intrusion detection system, and SIM, which is the security information environment management. And then I have 2 types of data source. First one is yung real anonymized agency logs, because yung kinuhaan ko po na public agency, pinapa-redacted yung mga information na mga sensitive. And then next data set is that I have gathered from a publicly available data set for security events with 3 incident snapshot. Next phase is the log integration. In the log integration, I ingest, this is used to ingest and centralize log using the Elasticsearch. So, bali po, ang ginawa ko dito is na since this research is not, is self-funded, bali yung gaming PC ko po, ginawa ko siyang bare metal. And then ang specs niya is, it has as 32 gig of RAM. Meron siyang GPU na gaming 3050 na RTX. And then, so yan po. Tapos, for feature engineering, I clean, normalize, and extract the features. So this is aggregated into real-world agency logs using the source IP, 5-minute window, and then generating, bali nakapag-generate po siya. Later on, i-elaborate ko po kung gaano kalaki yung data na na-generate niya. And then the AI models that I use are the random forest, isolation forest, and autoencoder. Next, with the use of explainability, SHAP, and LLM analysis, the SHAP was used to explain the random forest. Bale, with the use of explainable AI, yun na po yung nag-i-interpret kung ano yung 3 AI models na ginamit ko po. For the purpose na yung mga network security, at least, or non-network security, basta part siya ng IT team, malalaman niya po kung ano yung analysis na napopulate ng framework. And lastly is the evaluation. It measured the model performance and agreement. Next slide. Okay, so these are the results. Using the ingestion, which is the stage number 2, this is the ingestion volumes by source category. So for the firewall, it has naka-consolidate po ng 20 out of sa logs na merong logs from firewall, from intrusion detection and SIM. Bale, naka-count po siya ng 23,000 plus events. And yan po yung folder, yung parang nasa-category po yung mga logs. And then for the intrusion detection, by all means, kung ano po yung format, mapa CSV, text, and tar, meron pong na-count na 6,000 logs. And for the SIM, ito po yung mga services logs, naka-count po, kumbaga, yung AI model, through ingestion, naka-count po siya ng 121 plus logs for a total of 222,000 plus logs. So, ito po, na-configure siya using the Kibana data views for the firewall IDS and SIM logs using the Elastics. And then, it enables fast filtering by search in the use of source IP, Ang mga parameters po is yung source IP, the destination port, kung anong category ng attack, and case ID. And it allows yung analysis to drill down kung ano yung mga detailed na log entries for the investigation. So with the use of etong tatlong model, the random forest F1 score, may na-note po na 177 scoring. For the isolation forest anomalies, meron po siyang 5.0%. For the autoencoders anomalies, may na-note pong 8.93%. And yung inter-rater agreement, bali ito po yung mga parameters before I doon sa Python code, may na-rate po na 94.28%. And then also, as for the F1 scoring interpretation, bali ang mga metrics po, kapag daw po nag-range ka ng 0.5 to 0.69, acceptable and moderate po yung model. But kung yung result is nag-range siya from 0.7 to 0.79, meaning good po yung model. So, in that way, it represents na yung model po na ginamit ko is so far, so good. So far, so good.
That's 2 minutes.
Sorry. So, ito po yung mga bee swarm in relation to the random forest shock values using the normal class. And then figure 2 shows the isolation forest shock values for the anomaly detection. Na meron po dyan na parameters kung yung penetrator, mas malakas po ba siya mag-attack during weekend or during working hours. And then yung maximality. Figure 3, next slide. Figure 3 is yung random forest shock values for the reconnaissance class. And lastly, yung random forest feature importance, ito po yung heat map. Balik po, sir. Yung heat map, it shows kung anong feature importance nagva-vary po yung attack categories. Next slide. As a result, meron pong two study cases na naibigay. First one is the case 1, coordinated off hours. Meron daw pong coordinated off hours na scanning. So multiple internal host scanning numerous external IP address on common ports. These are ports 22, 80, 443, 33, and 33, 83. So, and then detected both isolation forest and autoencoder. And then lastly, meron pong high severity for potential reconnaissance. For case number 2, meron siyang signature storm event. Meaning, may na-trace po na 5,805 intrusion detection alerts within a short period of time. Indicative po siya na may potential malware beaconing or automated attacks. So, parang may nag-a-attack po. Doon sa agency, merong automated na nag-a-attack. So, ina-atake kami ng AI-assisted. And then triggered SOC investigation and threat hunting workflow. And then, ang key findings po niya ay yung random forest, it achieves yung 7.73 weighted na F1 score. Oh, okay.
Sige. Kasi malalang
Thank you. And then, as a conclusion, it is feasible to develop a locally deployable AI-driven framework since hindi po ako gumamit ng any cloud API. So, and then I am treating yung network logs as sensitive information using with the bare metal machine. Possible po siya. Possible din po i-integrate yung firewall, IDS, and SIM logs into a centralized platform to improve visibility and investigation. Applied siya yung explainable AI and a locally LLM to enhance threat interpretation and analysis decision making. And with the use of random forest, naka-achieve po siya ng 0.77 F1 score. The framework is scalable, producible, and deployable using open source tools and commodity hardware. So if ever may mga government agency na pwedeng mabasa yung research paper ko, to improving their cybersecurity, also pati din po yung from private sector, possible po siya. Okay. And these are the references, acknowledgement, publication.
Yes, panelists, please.
Hi, congratulations, ma'am.
Yes, po.
Ma'am Gloria. What are you hoping to achieve from this paper? Because again, technology is fast changing. What works today may not work after a few months or even days. Are you selling a solution here or a system to help micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs? Or what do you want to achieve?
Opo.
Yeah.
Actually, sir, I am helping yung mga IT teams, mapa government or private institution na they are using mga enterprise solution. And then, if yung current po kasi sir na ginagamit ng mga network administrators and as well as network engineers is madaming tools. So, with the use of my paper, possible naman po pala i-extract yung mga logs sa iba't ibang tools na ginagamit nila for network monitoring and network management.
What makes this unique compared to others who are providing cybersecurity services? Because I know cybersecurity is actually a hot topic now.
Yes.
But what makes it unique? How does this paper unique? Because ang daming providers na nag-offer nito eh. Yes.
Opo. So, meron po akong three respects with regarding to the, kung bagay, yung uniqueness ng paper. First one, three models family, yung supervised, unsupervised, and supervised deep, yung dalawang machine learning and one deep learning models are evaluated on a unique feature pipeline rather than po, yung mga current studies po kasi ngayon, most especially dito locally, walang nagsa-study na merong tatlong AI model na tinitreat. And then, internationally, madami pong nag-focus sa mga single model class. So, I guess, first po, ito yung novelty po niya. Next one is with the integration of the SHAP and LLM outputs, nakaka-generate po siya ng mga online on-commodity hardware with no external API na dependency.
Is this the first of its kind in the Philippines?
Yes. I guess so po.
You're the first in the
Yes.
Philippines.
Yes po. And then the third one, the study deliberately uses both real anonymized agency data and the public data labeled set supporting both ecological validity and reproducibility claims simultaneously. Kumbaga po, possible naman na gumamit ng public data sets and may certain codes lang po or plugins na pwedeng i-anonymize. And nagawa siya po nung study. And then yun po kasi yung agreement namin doon sa public agencies po na in coordinate ko po na dapat parang
Is this funded? Is this funded?
No, this is self-funded. Yes po.
Check with you, I still NRC.
Actually, sir, hindi po ako makapag-apply kasi one of the personnel po ako ng DOST. Actually, I am the head of the DOST Regional Office number 5. So, yun po. And then, on our case, after my research, since na, let's reveal si DOST 5, yung nakuhaan ko ng public data set, after my study, I'm going to incorporate it sa ISSP po ng DOST 5 para magamit po siya. Pero, yun, para magamit siya. And then, mapadali din po sa end ko yung pag-track ng mga network monitoring logs.
Apply for private funding.
Let's try po international.
Okay, congratulations, Ma'am Marian Sheena Noria. Ayan, I am also from Antay, ma'am. Sige.
Kababayan sila. Yes. Okay, at this juncture, allow me to introduce our honorable panelists. Let me begin with Our Lady panelist from Bicol University Business Affairs Office, Legazpi City, Albay, Dr. Joy C. Lawenco. Wait. Ayan. Okay. Ayan, magkakilala sila. And next is Dr. Nelson B. Gillian Jr., Assistant Dean for External Affairs and the Salyan Mission, Procter and Gamble Philippines Incorporated. Chair in Marketing, Ramon V. Del Rosario College of Business, La Salle University, Manila. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Dr. Nelson Mabuhay, Dr. Nelson Nguyen. And last but definitely not least, a world citizen, Sir John Mark Salcedo Bourbon, Head of the Quality Assurance and Technology Office, Coordinator of Community Extension Services Office or STESO of World City Colleges, Quezon City. Mabuhay! Okay, so we have come to the community session of this event, the memento ceremony. We will now proceed to the memento ceremony part 2. We will invite our distinguished guests and speakers as we present our tokens of appreciation for their valuable presentation and support. Of course. So this will be followed by the valedictory function later. So everybody, may I invite you to go out of this event's place for the memento ceremony.
Okay. Mabilis lang. Pwede bang isang version dito tapos ano na lang, mas maganda. Okay lang po na doon. Highlight natin.
Baka kung malas.
Yung award, ilipan na lang natin.
Ma'am,
Doon na lang.
yung awarding mo.
Ano na?
I think there.
Okay.
O, di ba? May busy pa.
Private
Anak lang sila ng mga concert.
Paano ka mag-start? I think they're already ready for the lights and memento ceremony. Lalabas.
Sa labas ba? Ay, okay. Sa labas pala. Ay, ground floor.
Ah! Sorry.
Patrick, magpapasok ka.
Sir, ito pala. Ayan, tayo niya, no? Okay, last na daw.
Lamig na.
Hindi kayo na lang.
Yung flow bukas, wala akong kopya. Day 2.
Okay,
Walang ano?
another
Iwan lang yung nagpadala sa akin. Ay,
Sige,
pwede
iba
mo
na lang.
padala kayo ng ubod. Hindi tayo friends.
Yan.
Requesting na lang po ulit. Last input na to. Lahat na lang. Lahat po. Tapos yung mga apat na ano, mga best.
Apat muna best. The last of the best.
The best.
Best paper at dalawang
Eh,
best.
sige ma'am, patawag na lang yung mga sino yung mga best natin. Ay, Sir na lang.
Yan, nandiyan sila.
Hindi ko nga.
Patrick.
Sir Patrick, si Patrick ang kilala ko.
Pero saan apat?
Ay, parang nag-usap
Best
si
friend.
Dr. Yacates at si Dr. Boras.
Ay, oo nga. Dito ka.
O, di ba? O, you're sila, o. Oo, tatakablang yung dalawa. Di ba?
Forward na lang.
Ay, huwag nang isama si Patrick. Ang tagal eh.
Bye-bye. Stop na lang po dito.
Lagi na lang tayong nag-a-adjust.
Ah, Dalim.
Sige, habang ginagawa niya yun.
Sir, lahat ba?
Okay.
O, lahat na daw.
Sige, habang nagpo-formation tayo, on behalf of Serrada, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all delegates, students, researchers, speakers, and participants who contributed to the success of ICLSMHA and ICSTEET-2026 conferences, the first international conference on life sciences and multidisciplinary health approaches with the theme Bridging Science and Practice, and ICSTEET 2026. Mali ako dyan.
Ayan. Ang picture. Hindi po sila, kolorong po sila dito.
Tayo naman ang nalagyan.
Thank you.
Pa yan.
Thank you. Pag yung mga teacher namin itong nakakawin, upit ng kami. Yun lang talaga masasama.
Sir, ano yung messenger mo?
Ma'am, ano ko lang po, bigay ko lang itong rubric.
Ay, salamat po.
Opo, for transparency.
Ay, yes po.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much po, sir.
Sa pagkakit. Kung ako sa office, yung mga namin ko, although wala siya.
Kasi ang online is tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Yung mga food nyo, yung experience na sabi ko, ay, pala. Ay, agenda sa super recommended sila ng ano, kakita ng
Yes. Opo, coming.
Tapos nasa local health board. Wala ka lahat ng merienda.
Sa baklaran lang kasi.
May parang tayo sa mga tagal. Kung may mabakante, malis pa ako dito.
Paano Saturday, balik ka na. Bigyan tayo. Puro Saturday. Mga ulang ako.
Hindi na may hawak ng huli ah. Ang nasa akin sir yung ano. Ito lang. Ay, may huli bro. Sa pinakailalim.
Di ba parang yan ka lang?
Ako mag-uwi na to.
Dapat na dito.
Ikaw na to.
Kasabay ka sa akin.
Sige, lagay mo na ito.
Ay, malaki din pala. Nasaan nyo sa... Sabay tayo uwi mo na.
Ito certificates, hindi ko na rin. Mabigat na yung uuwi ko eh.
Si Mama, sa tabay?
Dito pa kami kasi bukas pa eh.
Sige, ano yung bukas po, hindi na kami.
Hindi na po.
Hindi na po.
Opo. Siya uwi na siya, may klase siya.
Ano mag-aaral?
Wala sa akin sa akin kayo makikita. Yung awak mo yung kanina to.
Ano yung...
Yung kahoy.
Ay, ayaw ko sa ulit.
Dok, obod na kay Sir Patrick na yung plak-plak. Nandito na nga kay Sir Patrick. Binigay ko na, naka-frame.
Sino yung pa natin, ma'am?
Ulit?
Presenter natin. Nakalimutan ko.
Presenter na.
Natin ka sa ano.
Ng ano po, sir?
Sino yung napili na? Sino yung mga napili natin? Ay, napili.
God bless you. Ano,
Sino?
piling ano? Si Sir nanalo? Si best, si presenter?
Presenter.
Casio.
Pascasio.
Casio.
Patrick.
Oo, tapos yung best
Paper.
kabila,
Si Doc Boras.
Boras, oo.
Tapos si Honey Loria. Sino pa yung isa ng best presenter? Sir Kevin.
Kevin Rivera. Hindi na ba pwedeng paper bag nito? Hindi ko to kayang ganito din lang.
Sorry. Kaya lang paper box si Mami malaki.
Kasi trabaho pa kami mamayang gabi.
Oo, ma'am. Ay, yung ma'am, yung sa bukas.
Para bukas. Paano tayo? Online na tayo bukas.
Oo. Pero, ano ba? Sino ba yung mag-assist ng ano? Ano ba yung sila? Si itawagan ko na lang siya. Hirap yung ano, on the spot yung downloading. Nagahang yung laptop na ano.